5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night, good day, goodbye, hello. Hey, the sun is shining. It ain't going to shine on our team though, is it? Wherever you are in the world, as I always say, one of those will apply to you. I'm in a reasonably good mood because I've just arranged to go down the pub later on after the show. I am good to get pissed. Thank you for joining us. My mind went then. I was in pub mode. Thank you for joining us via LTID TV, Leicester Till I Die on YouTube. This is the Watchalong. We'll have all the usual stuff. We started a bit early today because I just think there's so much that we need to talk about. The team is different. The formation allegedly is different. But will our fortunes be any different? That, of course, is the question. Let's just say a few hellos. Gray is in. Good afternoon, Gray. How are you? Well, I think it is. I mean, I did send a message to Kieran Maguire, you know, the guy that does the Price of Football podcast, and he does all the reporting for the Nationals, the locals, Sky, on financial matters at football clubs. And I said, you know, I'd wish you good luck today, but you're going to stuff us. And he went, well, our best defender and our best striker are both out. I went, well, that's all right then. You're only going to beat us 3-0. Hi, Chris says your only positive can take from lineup is no phase. I mean, absolutely, alle fucking luya, no phase. How good is that? Absolutely brilliant. Thing is, it's if we lose by 6-0, let's say today, and let's be honest with you, that is possible. If we lose by 6-0, we're all going to say, well, we wouldn't have let 6 in if FaZe had been in. That is the worry. Have a few for me, Chris. I will indeed. I'm going to bring Tom in a second. Afternoon, Chris. Afternoon, John. How the devil are you, sir? And Gray has gone 4-0 to Brighton. I'm trying. What did the Palace score end up as, by the way? Anyway, I've gone 4-0 as well, Gray. So great minds, great minds. Look, it is the watch along. We're going to have to do it again. Why do we keep doing this to ourselves? Let's bring the man with the beard in.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watch Along Show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
We love it, Tom, but it ain't going to happen, is it?
Well, mate, I'm going to say there's seagulls to the left of me, foxes to the right, and here I am stuck in the middle with you on Saturday afternoon. But there's no better place to be, right, you know? And like I sent you that message earlier, mate, I Googled who's going to win in a fight, a fox or a seagull. And nature's mocking us, mate, because a fox should probably win, but I think today we're going to have our heads pooped on well and truly, mate.
Can I just say, you think you're being mocked? I live on the south coast. Yeah. Above us, we have a nest of seagulls. All I've heard all fucking morning is seagulls going whack, whack, whack. I mean, and the thing is, they're a protected species. Why? Because all they do is shit everywhere. I had a fight with one last year because it dropped its baby. The baby dropped off the roof into my garden area. So I was trying to shoo it off, and so the mother kept attacking me. I mean, if I had a pellet gun, I'd be out there having shooting practice.
I was going to say, mate, if there's ever an omen chat to go and put on maybe a little cheeky, responsible bet on something today, seagulls don't like Chris, so probably a big result for Brighton today is not a bad shout for your finances.
No, not at all, not at all. Look, I've started early because I wanted to go through a few things before we actually get to the team, if that's okay. I just want to go through, this is a series I've started doing, and it is Project Reset. So we've had 4 of them already, and these are sort of specials as extras to the normal shows that we do. The first one was relegation and what it would mean for Leicester. The second one with can't be Where's Wally, it's Where's Faze. Where's Wout? That's what it should be. Where's Wout? So number 2 was Who Are You Dumping for next season? Number 3 was Is It Time to Unleash the Managers? And we had a very good discussion last night because, to be quite honest with you, I was struggling to get a Brighton fan, and I just thought, you know, what the fucking point is it worth doing a preview show? Because we're going to kick off, score within 2 minutes, be 1-0 down, and we're just going to go on and lose. Second half, be 0-0 because the other team will be saving themselves. So I could predict it, so I didn't need to do a preview. But coming up, and stay tuned, please subscribe to the channel and click that notification bell. We've got a Sack the Board special. We've got one on John Rudkin, Director of Football. Got a very interesting one for anybody who saw me and Anil versus Manny on Blue Tinted Glasses the other day. I'm hoping to get Manny on to discuss the manager in more detail. And then, of course, we'll be looking whether the players should be starting to take some responsibility as well. So those are the ones that are coming up. Please click that notification bell and you will never, ever miss another show. You never miss any of those either. Have you got a birthday coming up at all? For anybody in the family that's a Leicester fan, Tom?
No, not until me, mate, at the end of July. So a little while yet, mate.
Yeah, not so far off. Well, look, if anybody wants to get you something, a while ago I did some merchandise with a local company, which didn't really take off very well. But, you know, I'm not the biggest sort of group out there, but we tried it. And I've got a couple of, you know, I've got a big yellow sweatshirt with How the Devil Are You written on it, which was my catchphrase at the time. But I have decided to get back into the merchandising arena.
Like it, Chris.
So here we go. Couple of things. 99p, and you can get them both. I'm going to have an offer. It's a limited offer while he's still manager, so hopefully it won't be out there for long. Coaching Soccer by Dummies, with Richard Ruud van Nistelrooy writing that. That's his second book, by the way.
Richard van Nistelrooy, sorry, that's hilarious. That should be his brother as his assistant manager. Carry on, mate. Richard van Nistelrooy, everyone.
Chittelroy, that's what it says, Chittelroy. And look, everybody's doing it, so I thought I'd do one. Locks beat me in doing about phase 1, so I thought I'd do a Ruud van Nistelrooy. You've got a clipboard, you've got a dummy so he can spit that out when he's ready. You've got an LCFC pin badge, and you know there's a little copy of the book for him to hold as well. 99p, a bit of a bargain, I thought.
Yeah, I think it is, mate. I'm glad you got onto the trend of everyone else this week because I've been seeing these pictures mocked up everywhere for everything. So I'm glad you're getting in there, going to get your buck out of it as well, mate. Well deserved, may I say.
Thank you very much. If you don't want that, because you may not have a wobbly table or a door that won't stay open, you could just subscribe to the channel for $1.99 a month and support us that way.
Agreed.
Hey, that was a very cool segue, wasn't it?
Oh, mate, we should be doing like national television. This is just the start for us, We'll be on like Great Morning Britain next, you watch.
Yes, indeed. Right. Steel Eye Dan? Yes, it was. Yes, it was stuck in the middle of you.
Yep.
Seagulls will shit on us. Yes, indeed. I have a feeling you're right, Gray. Relegation catastrophic. No spoilers. Renee is in. I'm well, Renee. It's been a while. How the devil are you?
I'll be Brad today. That's cool.
He says, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not interested to watch or listen to it, which is fine. It's a free country. You can do that. That's no problem. Many thought Enzo would have kept us up. Don't buy it. I don't think he would either, to be honest with you. Did RVN manage PSV? I have my doubts. Maybe it was a bit like, when Steven Gerrard was at Rangers.
Yeah.
And my neighbour's son-in-law is a Rangers fan. And I said to him about, having this Gerrard, because they'd sacked the manager after Gerrard. I said, would you have Gerrard back? He said, not in a fucking million years. I said, but he won you the league. And he went, no, he didn't. The assistant manager did. Gerrard was literally just the face. Maybe that's what Rude was at PSG. Spencer, 99p, I'll have one. I did put up on social media, you buy one, you get 49 free.
That's the Leicester City goal scoring way this year. If you get one, we'll see 49 for.
Yeah. Enjoy your holiday, Rennie. Ronald is in. Hi, Ronald. Great show last night, says Robert. Thank you very much, Robert. And please, anybody that's new, please do subscribe. I did the show last night and somehow I actually lost 3 subscribers. Maybe I upset them. I don't know. It's quite possible. I do have that habit. We're going to get onto the team in a minute because we've actually got something to talk about today with the team. But yeah, do check the show out last night. Because last night was a very good one because we were talking about is it time up for King Power at Leicester? And we had we didn't get to the Manny handbag section. And if you just want to watch that bit, by the way, Fox at Blue Tinted Glasses, and do get over, it's a great channel, actually edited that little bit out of the whole hour show, put it up, and he actually sent me a copy. So it's up on on our channel, Leicester Till I Die as well. But we did actually put a thing up saying, is it time for, King Power to sell up and get out, or is it a case of be careful what you wish for? But what we're wishing for is a miracle. All we need is a miracle, as Michael and the Mechanics once sang. You can do songs, so can I, mate.
You're the expert, Chris. You're the DJ of the two of us.
Allegedly. Look, there's the table. There's the bottom 6. The big lady is in full voice there. Susan Boyle. What can you say? What? I just said Susan. I said big lady. I'm a big man. Take it how you will. 37 points. If we lose today and Wolves win, we are technically not down, but we would need to have, 16 minus 45 minus 16. I mean, whatever that is, which is 29?
29, something, yeah.
Yeah, we would need a 29 plus whatever happens today swing in the last 7 games. Also, the last 6 games, in fact, to actually stay up. So it's over.
Yeah.
And now the end is near. Honestly, it's like a show of Master, isn't it? Here, you know?
Well, it is a bit, mate. I've got to start it off on that foot, haven't I? But no, it's interesting because I know you've brought this up, but there was a part of me today. I was expecting you not to bring it up because I was thinking to myself coming into this, and I'm sure you thought about this as well. I can't remember a year for Leicester where we've literally been done and finished at this point before for quite a while because we've normally got something going on. But the fat lady was singing, the introduction, a month ago. 10 games left, it was already kind of said and done. So it's just really what day is it going to happen? Even if we now started performing, we couldn't get the points we needed anyway, mate. It would actually kind of be more annoying if we started winning every game now. We still went down by a point.
Yes.
More
yes.
triggering. More triggering.
When we went down under Brendan Rodgers, it was only confirmed on the last day.
Yeah.
So there was something to play for.
Yeah.
Right up until the end. And we had hope right up until the end. Hope. What is it? Give up hope, all ye who enter here. Should that be over the door at the King Power?
It's a bit like it, Chris. I mean, I think the problem is our battle, ironically, now isn't particularly on the football pitch because on the football pitch we already lost the war. So we're back in the trenches now, looking at what we're left with. All wounded, and we know the club is unfortunately in a mess. And I think it's funny because we'll go on to the team selection obviously in a little bit, and that's why we started early today because we've had weeks of no changes, and then with things going on in the press and noise and speculation, there's been little shifts we're seeing now in the last couple of weeks with Monga being involved last week. So maybe we are seeing the first sign of a new dawn perhaps, but it is behind the scenes, mate. It's going to happen first, not on the pitch.
Yeah. Rennie says, is RVN going to get sacked and getting Danny from Sheffield Wednesday? I think there must be a relegation clause in his contract, because a lot of people that are in the know are saying that, a bit like Southampton, we're not going to sack him until we are officially relegated.
Yes.
Maybe, if that's the case, then maybe it is because there is that clause in it.
Because, back in the day, Chris, it'd be gardening leave, wouldn't it? Which would be what they would do instead, but they obviously haven't done that this time, which made me wonder if that's why Andy King got promoted, just to have someone there with a bit of security, is going to stay at the club, perhaps. Yes.
The other thing that people are saying, of course, is that he's not going to get sacked until the 30th of June, because then that's a new season for PSR.
Yes, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've seen these youngsters getting involved all of a sudden, Chris, and we've obviously heard noises before from Ruud that he wasn't particularly looking down that route. And then the club's obviously paying attention to what's going on as well. So it makes me wonder if he's kind of now in a position where he's just going to play it out to that date and the club are instructing him probably a bit more. Because I don't see why all of a sudden these youngsters are appearing that we weren't seeing, before. So I wonder if there's a bit of leverage coming here, and everyone knows what the outcome is. But like you say, mate, it'd be better if we could do it earlier. But PSR puts that pressure on you now, doesn't it, mate?
It does, and I have to say, I would understand that if they did leave it until the end of June. I just hope they don't leave finding a new manager until the 1st of July.
Well, exactly. Yeah, the new manager needs to be clued in before then, because obviously the earlier we can get to it, the better chance we're going to have for next season. Because we're all worried about the whole Titanic sinking, aren't we? It's not about we're going into next season going, oh, we're going to be in another promotion scrap. We need to just know at the start of next season, after 4 or 5 games, that we are foundationally secure. For the first time, because this year we've looked so awful. That's what's created all this noise off the pitch and all the drama and all the rest of it. And ironically, Chris, we've been having our own protests, not even realising it by wearing black shirts ever since this happened, because you're on there today with me, and I was thinking, everyone's got a real passionate voice about this, including Manny, obviously, the night you had that discussion with. Very passionate voice. I think he had a lot of great points as well. And
he did, but he was just he's very much his way or the highway.
And I get that, and a lot of people aren't going to like that, but that's what this sort of thing's about as well. It's a bit of entertainment, isn't it? So no, I thought credit to both.
The show ended, and we were chatting away. And like I say, I've invited him on my channel, and he hasn't said no. It's all about. At the time, of course, we are all passionate, and we all do want to get in, worked up about it. And I was fighting to get a word in sometimes, but it was, he had his thoughts, and he had some very good thoughts, about let's choose the style, and this is what I want to talk to him about. Choose the style of football, and then fit the manager into that.
Like
Rather
Brighton do this; they do it very well.
Yeah, and so, but it was his like, oh, you're talking shit because you want Daesh. Yeah, it was just a bit. It was just a bit too much.
Perhaps a bit finessing. Yeah, finessing. Perhaps.
Yes. Yeah. Ain't it a joke when we go now? Southampton want Cooper and we want Martin. I'd have Cooper back. What happened to Foxes never quit? I think that has been taken down and ripped up, mate. Wayne says, great show last night, interesting points. 107-year-old forward line. Craig, look, mate, I don't know what you're on, but can you quickly send me some, please? Fancy a win.
It's a funny game, football, Chris. I mean, that's the blind hope, isn't it? But football is a funny game. I've got a funny thing we'll draw today, and I've got no reason why, mate. I've got a funny thing it's going to be 0-0.
We did draw. They were the only other point. I mean, I just want to do a point thing for you. Well, they're saying it's been 760 minutes. I've got it more than that because I'm including injury time as well. Leicester have collected just 8 points from the last 69 available.
Wow. We'd be a terrible porn star, wouldn't we?
Yes, we wouldn't. I'd like to say congratulations, Chris, on holding your thoughts to yourself there.
Yes, you let me walk straight into that one for once, mate. It's normally you.
Yeah. It is, exactly. I must admit, I read that. I thought that's a hard one to swallow.
Oh, he had to come straight back, ladies and gentlemen, didn't he? But that's why you come to this show, because honestly, right now we're where Leicester are. Like, Chris, I'll show you a little secret. Because we're down at the beach today, I've worn shorts. Look.
Yay!
Leicester teams in their holidays, Chris, so why can't I be at the same time?
Exactly. I've still got my pyjamas bottoms on, so well, they call them lounge pants these days. So you don't look silly when you open the door. And I tell you what, if it's good enough for Mark Goldbridge, it's good enough for me because he does it as well.
I can see you walking around Iceland in those, but anyway, carry on.
That might be a bit too far. There's the lineup. I want to go first of all, before we go to the actual team, I want to start with the subs.
Yeah.
Where is Monga?
Well, I'm going to make an educated guess. It's probably due to restrictions he's not there, Chris, because I think he probably would be. But he got all these sort of rules and regulations you've got to follow because of his age. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's why he's not there today. Because I think otherwise he would be. If not, mate, I think we will see him next time. I think we've now seen that barrier been broken. So I'm not too worried about Monga today for some reason.
You see, I disagree with you.
Okay.
I just think this is more bullshitting. But I said last week Monga was there purely to keep the fans quiet.
Yeah, could be.
And he came on, yes, but he came on with a very... 15 minutes or something, which was probably longer than I thought he'd get, if I'm honest with you. But he should be in today. I'm sorry, I can't see any restrictions on him not being able to play a game and then 7 days later, 6 days later, not being able to play another game.
Yeah, you're probably right, mate. You're probably right. I mean, I hope that's not the case. There is a chance it could be protest things going on, because for example, Aluko, I mean, he's pacey and he's got a bit of strength, but is he really Premier League level yet? Was he talked about to being on the verge of this team? No, but he's in there today. So,
let me ask you this question then, if you don't mind. Who the fuck is he?
He's a right back, I believe, or he can play like right wing, but he's a young chap, about 17, 18, and he's got a bit of pace and he's strong, Chris. I mean, obviously, technically, he's not going to be that brilliant, but he's young, so he's got all the the natural attributes in an athlete, I would say, that you'd think would be a good footballer. But it's a bit of a funny one because I wouldn't say he was someone I would have chucked straight in there over, say, Cartwright, who's still around there, Braybook, who's not getting a look in.
Golding, who we paid £5 million fucking quid for.
Well, exactly. Other players that we probably suspect to see ahead of it, and he's not one we've had linked to the first team directly before. So it's interesting to see today, mate. But maybe there's some method in the madness. I don't know, but I do believe this is probably the club pressuring Rude now, isn't it?
Well, I just wonder if he's had, some pressure from his parents. Maybe his dad, Dakova Reed, said, I want him to play with me. You know, I mean, I'm not saying Dakota Reed's old enough, but you know, the cap fits, so to speak. We've returned apparently to a 4-2-3-1. So we've gone.
Yeah.
We went from something that wasn't working. We tried something new that wasn't working, although we were conceding less. Back to something that wasn't working, and we were conceding more. This is just great management, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting, mate, because I think the thing is that I think there were signs that we were doing different things with the other formation. But I think the main thing it showed me in the last game with how some of the players were obviously, you know, getting out of position and not doing exactly what was intended. I don't think the manager knows how to teach them that formation because they didn't know how to score a goal with it. And you compare it to when Craig Shakespeare played the same formation when he had to. And they were bombing forward at the full-back position. We were creating all sorts of chances. So, yeah, I think that's what that is. And I think he's gone back to what he knows now. So yeah, I mean, to be honest,
was it really? Sorry to interrupt, mate, but was it really a two up front? I mean, the Leicestershire Live have said that Daka has been dropped and another winger has been brought in. He wasn't really a forward in that formation, Daka, was he?
No, because he was coming back a lot. You know, I think there was still a lot of confusion, Chris. Honestly, when I look back, I still see players confused about who should be doing what and frustration looking around at one another. You know, because Daka was a funny one because we felt in the first half he had great energy, and then he gets pulled at half time, and now he's on the bench. And yeah, and you think, well, that's probably something, isn't it? Because it probably shows the things he was doing wasn't what the manager wanted. So if the formation's not going to work, perhaps then, you know, he's got to go back to this one, mate. And to be honest, mate, we're that bad right now. I'd say, you know, seeing Mavadidi and McAteer in there, go back to it and give it a go. Why not?
Yeah. Wayne's asking what has happened to Alves. He's on loan at Cardiff, mate.
Yeah. Otherwise, he'd probably be getting a look in, which is interesting.
Yeah. I love the fact Wayne's got his finger on the pulse, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Sorry, Wayne. Couldn't resist it.
It's difficult.
Evans is in, though. He's a striker, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a young striker. There's him and King, isn't there? They're the two. I would say out of the two of them, Evans is probably the closest to our next Monger if we're going to have one. He's really highly rated. So be interesting today to see if he gets a look in as well, Chris. So, yeah, it's interesting, this. I think maybe the club feels there needs to be a shift towards this because the fans have been preaching for this for a while now, haven't we, quite publicly? And I think the club is probably realising, like us, we've been saying it, the future of football is you've got to produce youngsters. So might as well now, when we're in a bad situation, start blooding some. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Winks is out of the squad. I thought it was Cody that he had fallen out with about where he lived, but apparently it's Winks.
Yeah, it's Winks. Yeah, so I think Winks is going to probably be done now, Chris. But also, look, there's no Faze and Christensen today at all.
No. Christensen, I think, is because of the change of formation. And I think Thomas deserves his chance because he's been probably our best defender in the old system when he was playing the left of the central three. He was very, very good.
What's interesting is Christensen's a left back, right? We've got 3 right backs on the bench. So why would you have 3 right backs and not maybe 2 and 1 left back? So that's interesting to me. That's the message, isn't it?
Because we've got a wanker in the manager's dugout, you know. Why have we still got the guy we bought in January as a right back on the bench and the left back still playing as a right back?
Well, Ricardo should be in today for me. That should be the easy one because
Ricardo should be anyway.
Yeah.
For me, and I think you might agree with this. You see, I'd have a Coley instead of Justin, and I'd probably have Justin on the left instead of Thomas.
Yeah.
Soumare. What? Why? And I would move Ndidi across and have Ricardo in that position. I
mean, for me, Ndidi will be alongside Braybook if we're allowed to use youngsters now because we're finally using him. Because Braybook, I'm pretty sure, came back from Dundee and he sat in the under-21s. And he's the next KDH if we have got one, Chris.
Yeah. But I think I'd like you said a few times, I think I'd like to try Ricardo in that more attacking role. Because that's what he does. As soon as he comes on, he's having shots.
And also, I think in central midfield, we've had a problem this year. I mean, Ndidi, for some reason, I think since his injury, perhaps giving him that benefit of the doubt, he's not as strong as he used to be. He gets knocked off the ball so much. I think whenever Ricardo's come on and been in more that midfield role recently and in that position, he's carried a presence to him that we've lacked. We need someone in there, to control it, mate.
Yes, yeah. And then you've got the 3 behind Vardy. Well, Okunu still starts. Personally, I mean, they've got on the BBC, they've got El Canoes on the right, Mavididi on the left, and McAteer in the middle. Personally, I would put McAteer on the wing and let El Canoes have a unlimited role to go wherever he wants, just behind Jamie Vardy.
Yeah, I imagine they'll probably rotate during the game. I mean, I imagine actually it's probably going to be Mavididi on the left, El Canoes in the middle, McAteer on the right, which actually makes the most sense to me.
It does. No, it does to me. I'm just looking at say what the BBC have put. I mean, can you see this change? I mean, let me put the team across the bottom, because what I'm going to do is change the thing banner. So the team's still going across the bottom. Can you see this changing at all?
It's funny, mate, because I can and I can't. I'm stuck in two minds today because for some reason I feel remarkably.
You used to be indecisive, but now you're not so sure.
Exactly, mate. I've been accused of being on fences once before in my life, and my arse is completely flattening a fence today because I don't really know which way to go with this. Because my logic is telling me I think we're going to go over 1,000, and we might as well go for it because you were that terrible. Why not? It'd be quite funny. But I also think football's such a funny game. Eventually, something happens and you get a bit of luck. So I'm going to say I think we're going to score today.
Right. So what is your prediction for the number of minutes?
I think we're going to let's go with 8-4-9.
Oh, so an early goal then.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling the change of formation. I got a feeling El Canoes will get an opportunity outside the box, just ping it in, and we'll be like, holy hell.
Right. Well, I'm going to go. But I need to get my calculator for this. Yeah. I'm going to go.
I'm not saying we're going to win the game, though, guys. I think it'll be a draw if we're lucky.
I'm going to go. Actually, I just can't see us scoring again. 834 plus 90 plus 8. I'm going to go for 932.
Okay. And what I'm going to do, Chris, is but just after we break away to start the game, I'm going to go ask AI what AI thinks the number will be, and I'll bring that to us at half time.
Okay. Gray has jumped into what I was going to ask you. My next question is, and I'm just going to put Brighton's team up there. Just very quickly, no Mitomo. He is injured.
Yes, he is, isn't he? I looked at that bench, Chris. I didn't recognise a lot of them, which I think shows they're probably lacking a bit of squad depth as well. I mean, their first 11 is still very, very dangerous, you know.
Welbeck's going to get a goal against us, isn't he?
Oh, he's just got the experience, isn't he? He's one of those guys, a bit like a Yakubu now, isn't he? He's sort of like, he doesn't really have the fitness to probably be a Premier League footballer, but he just knows what the goal is. I mean, you can't argue with that, can you? You can't argue with that sort of footballer.
Like a Tony Cottee when we had him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe like Jamie Vardy was until recently.
All right, let me ask you this then. This is the next question. How many messages? How many? I nearly clicked end stream then. That would have been a bit of a shit. And no is the answer to that. I didn't even have to think about that, did I? Because if the results go the right way and Liverpool beat Wolves, I think it is they're playing tomorrow. They could be crowned champions by beating us. So there you go. How many minutes in this game before we concede?
Oh, it's been very, very short, hasn't it, guys? Right, okay, let's give us some credit. I'm going to give us 5 times more than last time, 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
12 minutes, and I think we'll equalise 4 minutes later, Chris.
Yeah. Again, can I have a pint of whatever you're on, please?
If that ends up being the exactly right prediction, we got a clip list because this would be just like some Nostradamus shit. It really would.
It will. You see, I don't think we'll last that long.
Right.
West Ham United. Cheers, Gray. Sorry. I've seen that, René, and I will come to it. Keith's gone 8 minutes. I'm going to go. I think we'll last longer. I'm going to go 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Well, that's double last time, Chris. So, you know.
It is. I know. That's just the way I roll.
I feel like an escort giving you a pat on the back. That was twice as long as last time, mate. You'll be better next time.
Your score prediction, mate.
1-1. 1-1.
Oof, my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's
I
not,
am going...
it's not logic. It's just a gut feeling. I'm just throwing it out. Gut feeling, 1-1.
Right. Well, I've gone 4-0.
Oh, mate, you would love us today. Is it, what, Vardy hat-trick?
No, to Brighton.
I'm joking, obviously.
No, I mean 4-0. I thought. I mean, no.
You've not only gone for a seagull to crap on a red stay. You've gone for them to nick your chips at the same time. You've gone for the double assault.
Yes, indeed. Gray's agreed with me. Jeff's gone 3-0. Hi, Jeff. How are you doing? Hope you're all right, mate. Ren has asked this question: can a Lukaku play forward role to replace Vardy or Daka?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I'm pretty sure his finishing isn't up to that. But he's a bit of a Ricardo, I guess, if I was comparing to any other player we have.
Right. Is who knows the score from earlier?
I don't. I haven't checked it. I was switched off.
Does anybody know the score from earlier?
It was 4-2 last time I checked. I'll load it up, Chris. Hopefully I won't lose you. Hang on.
4-2?
It was 4-2 earlier when I last looked to Man
Oh,
City.
my God. No, I'll tell you for why. Because Brad went 2-2, and it must have been 2-2 at one point, and he was giving it me large in the chat.
5-2 full-time Man City.
5-2. I get a point. I'm the only one with a point. There we go. We've started, guys. I've got a point. Nobody else has out the
That's
show.
another omen. My point prediction for today's right. We're going to get the biggest point of our season, Chris. Can we have a little trophy? I'll get us a trophy if we get a point today.
Brad, who are you? Right. These are Katie's thoughts. I mean, she's down in Brighton, but she's not been a chance to do the video. 3 potential right backs on the bench. Why no Ricky P? McAteer, crazy inclusion considering he's been AWOL for months. Feels like he's picked players out of a hat, and she's gone 2-0.
Cool.
So,
it's interesting. She picked up on the 3 right backs like me as well, because that is a bit bizarre. That is a bit bizarre to pick 3 right backs on your bench.
Oh, she's gone 0-2. She's actually gone 2-0 to Leicester.
This is very interesting. We've now got the complete trifecta. I've gone in the middle on the fence breaking it. You're left side, she's right.
Yes.
Seagulls versus foxes. Oof.
This is interesting. This is interesting. Right, last few cards. 5-2 Manchester City. Great. Thanks muchly, mate. I will enjoy a pint with that later on when I go down. My mate messaged me, but he rang me. Said, "What you doing?" I said, "Just getting ready for the show." He says, "Oh shit." He says, "Sorry, I shouldn't have rung you. What are you doing afterwards?" I said, "Nothing." He said, "Do you fancy a pint?" I said, "No." He went, "Really?" "Yeah." I said, "I fancy 2 or 3. On that note, mate, I'll let you go.
We keep the laughs coming, guys. You're in the right place. Please hit the like and subscribe, and I'll see you at half time.
Take care, buddy. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks to Tom there. You got to laugh, because if you don't laugh, I tell you what, guys, it would be ridiculous. It really, really would. So the teams are on the way out. We'll concede in 24 minutes. Thank you so much, Gray. You're a gentleman, sir. You are a gentleman. Let me just put my bra on, and we will get ready, steady, and then ready to go with the Watchalong show. Excited? Three changes for Brighton today. Can I just say, guys, no spoilers, please, as we go along. Gray is in. We've got a couple of other mods in as well. Wayne's in. Any spoilers, he will kick you out. If he misses us and I see a spoiler, I kick you out. The thing is, when I kick you out, it's a permanent one, so you don't want me to kick you out. No, indeed. Chuckle Brother, I mean, this is the Leicester team. To me. Leicester City, I said it earlier, have collected just 8 points from the last 69 available. Played 23, won 2, drawn 19. This could become the first ever team to lose 9 consecutive top flight goals without scoring. So embarrassing. Yeah, they've got El Canoes in the middle on the Premier League football. Is it 198 goals that... Yeah, no, Buonanotte can't play, of course, because it's we're playing Brighton, and that's his home club. Yvonne, hello, how are you? Nitro Surge Guinness, I've never heard of that. Brighton fans are happy at the moment, and who can blame them? In full voice, sun is out. I mean, Brighton at the moment are on 47 points, won their last 3 games. Here we go. We're ready to kick off. Taking the knee. Not sure why. Mavididi doesn't. Yeah, Mavididi didn't take the knee there. And here we go. So we've actually got semi-automated offside technology in force today. Evie Rose, hi. I went 4 minutes. Tom went 12. Leicester, of course, are in this strip, the away strip. Have you seen this with no sponsor on? It's great. One of my favourite shirts because of that. Brighton are coming away. Samari actually ran back and took the ball off the Brighton player. But Leicester are in the black away strip. Not seen this for a while. And they are playing from right to left. Brighton, of course, in their normal white and blue striped top, blue shorts, white socks. And they are playing from left to right in this first half. Gray's gone 15 minutes. I've no idea, Keith. I've no idea. Ball goes all the way back for the first touch for the goalkeeper. So 2 minutes. So we've beaten the 2 minute mark, everybody. At the moment, it's a bit of head tennis. Nobody can really get onto the ball. Nicoli did, but it went straight to a Brighton player. At the moment, it's Brighton with the most possession, and they're coming forward down the far side. Can the cross come in? The cross does come in, but it's out, and I think that's a corner off Justin. So it's the first corner after 3 minutes. Are we going to be looking at the first goal? Hopefully, if they can hold on just for 1 more minute, Leicester, because I predicted 4. It's headed up by Leicester, but it still ends up with a Brighton player midway into Leicester's half. Oh, and there's a second corner. That's off at Coley. Gets the applause off his teammates. Ruud van Nistelrooy prowling his technical area. $751 minutes. It's worse than that. I don't think those guys are including injury time. Oh, good header out. I think that was a Coley again. Played in. It's up there. Oh, bit of a panic clearance, but they did get it back almost to the halfway line. But now it's on the far side with Brighton. Brighton player was looking for the 1-2, but he didn't get it. Oh, lovely ball through, but it was offside. Free kick quickly taken by Leicester. Connor Cody. Luke Thomas. Yeah, Southampton obviously are already down. Yeah, 2 likes. Come on, guys. It's free. I don't know why people don't smash that likes. What it does is it helps the channel because it means that the more likes we get, it appears on non-subscribers' home pages as like a prompt to watch us. So the more we get, the likes we get, the more that happens, and that helps the channel. It's free. It doesn't commit you to anything. All you're going to do is click that like button. You know, you get all this free of charge. You know, unless you're generous, like Gray was, you get all this free of charge, and we've got 2 likes in. Come on, guys. Anyway, it's a goal kick. 5.5 minutes. I've gone past my 4 minutes. Is not counting. No, in fact, just an update on Kate's score earlier. She had put 0-2 in my chat on WhatsApp, and I thought she'd gone 2-0. Well, that would have been 2-0 to Leicester. That's fine, Prashant. No problem at all. Thank you very much for doing that. But no, Kate has gone actually 2-0. Oh, a shot. First shot, I think that is on target. That's for Brighton, but it was a bit of a daisy cutter from Welbeck, and it was straight down. It was a bad clearance again. Through Samari's legs, and apparently caught his legs. It was straight down the throat of Manson. Mavididi, back to Thomas. Oh, nice ball. Nice ball, Thomas. Now, Mavadidi's coming away down this left-hand side. It's his first stop for I don't know how long. Oh, Mavididi. I've got to say, fair play. First yellow card goes to El Canoes. That was a good run there. I mean, look, we're 7 minutes in and we've already got a yellow card. Blue Fox, hiya, all the way from Canada. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I really want to go to Canada. See Melina in Toronto. Unfortunately, obviously, I can't. She's got work to do, so she can't spend time. So, good run there from El Canute, but he couldn't get the final ball away. Bit lucky that Mavadidi got that. Then Sumare, for a big guy, he's taken off the ball easily. Oh, Minter there. He's got a corner, I think. Poor defending from Leicester there. I'm surprised it's taken us 9 minutes to say that. Yeah, but that's a local pawn shop, isn't it? And Summers, Gray. Look, all right, look, everybody, I'm going to star that. I'm going to star that. Look, everybody. There we go. I'm going to make a note here. Grey trousers. If we win, Gray, I want photographic proof. 10 minutes gone. I can't believe I'm saying this, guys. 10 minutes gone, still 0-0. As it is in the other 2 3 o'clock games. Brighton 0, Leicester 0, obviously. Forest 0, Everton 0, Southampton 0, Villa 0. And of course, Man City 5-2 earlier. Again, though, Brighton teasing. Oh, and a shot. I thought that was in then. I thought that was in. Shush, Chris. You didn't think you were going to get away with that, did you, Gray? You can't bribe me with a fiver, you know. Tenner, possibly. But no, there we go. There's a good effort from Brighton. Was sending Justin one way and the other. Throw in just in front of Ruud van Nistelrooy's technical area, which is not staying in, or Samari's gone down. Possible foul on him. It wasn't given. So in no Harry Winks, but we've got Skip, and to my mind, they are interchangeable. Jeff, I can like your drinking, Jeff. Oh, Gray. You're back, mate. You're back. Nice to have Sing Along Gray back. Wow. So we beat Bournemouth and Southampton on the South Coast, or we beat the South Coast teams. Can we do a hat trick? Yeah, it started. I mean, the first week for Rude was actually good, wasn't it? A win and a draw, and it never really got any better than that. It peaked. It peaked in the first 7 days. Oh, McAteer won it, lost it, fell over. How different would things have been had we been able to keep Fatawu fit? If Leicester failed to score today, they will equal Crystal Palace's Premier League record of 9 successive matches without a goal, which was set in January 1995. I'm guessing then that Crystal Palace got a draw in there because it's the record if we lose today and we don't score. Oh, Leicester. I mean, Brighton gave it us away. We just gave it straight back to them. Those were the days, my friend. And then El Canoes gets the ball, but he just doesn't keep it under control. No, 15 minutes. I think somebody said 15 minutes in the chat. Oh, now Brighton are through. Oh, good save. Oof. That was a good run by Brighton. Yes, that left-hand side, which is just inside again. Brighton's left, and we're just not doing it. Yeah, you're possibly right, Prashant. You are. Great. I said that's maybe saying something. Get ready to burn your belt. And if it happens, don't forget to wear underpants. Oh, that's a free kick. Mavadidi taken out there. Cause you 1 or 2 problems, Mavadidi. Do you know, that's what I was disappointed didn't see this season, but would look forward to next season. And that's the 3 across the midfield of Mavadidi, Fatawu, and El Canoes. El Canoes. Mavididi got into it. Mavididi lost the ball but won it back. El Canoes, he's got it into the box. Someone's a bit too high for the Leicester player. He's kept it, virtually running back to the halfway line, but he keeps possession. Good bit of play that by Leicester. A good run by El Canoes, with Mavididi just holding his run off so he stayed onside. It's back on the halfway line though. And indeed he loses the ball. But then they just end up back. No, McAteer goes down. There's no penalty given. And then there's no free kick given the other way, almost like he's saying, go on, I'll give you one back, guys. McAteer is up and about now and running. Leicester have control. Let's get to 30 likes, guys. Come on. Look, I think that's a difficult one to say, Spencer, isn't it? When you look at our 15 managers, 11 managers in 15 seasons, a lot of those that were sacked was under Vichai as well. Oh, Mavididi and El Canoes. Lovely 1-2. Mavididi. Oh, he gets a corner. Leicester's first corner, 20 minutes. This is probably the best 20 minutes of football that I've actually seen Leicester play. Would have been a good cross from Mavididi, but Minter got in there. Anyway, so it's a corner. It's a high one into the box, and it's headed over. It's a goal kick. I think it was Ndidi who headed it over. Yeah, the thing is, though, hi, Jim. How are you, mate? I hope you are feeling better. Sorry you can't join us afterwards, because at the moment we're playing well. That wouldn't have been too bad for your heart. But you take care of yourself, mate. You take care of yourself. From Jacksonville. Yeah, that's not Michael Jacksonville, is it? Oh, Jim, you've been talking and drinking the same stuff as Tom. But now, Brighton, well back on the ball. Can they get the cross in? They can. Leicester defend well this time, though. Oh, play on. I think Vardy was waiting for a run on there. See, Jim, I think Jim really wanted to come on, but of course he's still in bed with his doctor. Saying nothing. Oh, good ball here from Brighton. Oh, good defending, though, by James Justin. Back to Manson, who chipped it out to this side here. Oh, El Canoes. Lovely bit of play took it on his foot, took it down, turned on it, set Mavididi away down this near side. Leicester looking dangerous. Mavididi. Ow! It's obviously fucking looking good. But we're not, Ronald. We're not. He could have. Do you think he could have passed there? I remember that 5-2 we lost to Brighton when we. Coley with a wide pass there. Anyway, just oh, hang on, Brighton. Oh, unmarked in the box. Welbeck. Totally unmarked there. No, don't commit too soon, Ronald. Anyway, I've got to say it's nice to have Jim back in the chat. Don't forget that's how bad he was. He wasn't so good. Did you see that? No, 26 minutes gone, 0-0. Let's have a look what's going on in the other two games. They're both 0-0 as well. Nottingham Forest 0, Everton 0, Southampton 0, Aston Villa 0. I mean, that's my worry is that now Southampton. Oh, they're asking for a penalty, but not given. Cody apparently did hit it with his hand. I don't know how that could be given, though, because, I mean, it was... Oh, it's going to be a penalty. It's going to be a penalty here. Let's have a look. mean, he's saying he didn't pull it away. Did he have time to pull away? Taking his time. It's a very long look. He's given it. So, Leicester were doing well. He's missed one of his last four, which was to the goalkeeper's right. I don't know what Madsen Manson is. He's obviously delaying tactics here. Here we go. Right footed. 1-0. Sent Mads the wrong way. Wasn't a hard penalty. Had Mads gone the right way, he may have been able to get to it. Give us your thoughts on that decision, guys. I know it doesn't really, does he? So 31 minutes gone there, and it's 1-0 to Brighton. %100% penalty. I mean, it came at him very, very quickly. Oh, now, yeah, someone's just said, game over, we can't score. I mean, it was a penalty. We were very much in it up until that point. Wasn't against the run of play, but we were in it. Which is the annoying bit. The two games still 0-0. How will Leicester react? That is the question. That's what we're going to wait and see. You're right, Prashan. Yeah, James, you're totally right there, James. That penalty was John Rudkin's fault. Honestly, I don't know if anybody actually saw, but John Rudkin ran onto the pitch, stood behind Connor Cody, and it was his actual hand that went between Connor Cody's hand and his body and hit the ball. I think you might be a little bit tongue-in-cheek there, James. Oh, that was unlucky. The ball was played back, but not a Leicester player in the right position. I mean, if you're Brighton now, 7 attempts to Brighton, 3 to Leicester. 3 of theirs on target, none of ours have been. Brighton must be thinking now, 1-0 up, they can't score, 3 points in the bag. They're blaming Mavididi should have been passing to his teammates, but would you? With the way that we are playing, very quiet atmosphere there. Oh, a lovely turn by Mavididi. He's looking to shoot again. Justin. Oh, a lovely overlap here. Can Leicester do anything with this? Oh! El Canoes on the near side. The shot was blocked. So it's a long throw in. Luke Thomas. Oh, El Canoes waited too long again there. Oh! Oh. So now Leicester break away. I tell you what, their attitude. Oh, Mavididi here. He's into the box. He turns. Oh, and he has a second chance. He scored! Leicester has scored! What the fucking hell is going on? 37 minutes. Mavididi 1-1. It's second. One record we're not going to get now. Sorry, mate. You've still got it, Palace. It's 1-1. Bring it on home. Whoa. Unbelievable.
Go! Back of the net.
Wow. How are we feeling? Oh, under the goalkeeper. Great goal. That's how you respond. There were no Premier League record. Wow, I've forgotten what it's like. I had literally forgotten what it's like. January the 26th was the last time. Oh, 38. 34 plus. It's classed, I think, as 38 minutes. Let me just have a look. Yep, 38 minutes. Oh my God. I'm shocked. .872 minutes and 84993 down the middle, really, of me and so Brighton now. How will they react? Oh, nearly. That was wide. .40 minutes. Maybe. There can't be another penalty, surely. They're looking at it, I think. No, surely not. I'll get to your comments in a minute, guys. Right, let's just get to some of your comments, guys. Evie said game over, we can't score earlier. Never a wronger word said. Wronger. Blue Fox, still all to play for. No expectation to keep a clean sheet. The annoying bit, we lose focus far too easy. Our team not showing any character in previous games. Chris, look, we are 1-0 down. That Rudkin joke made me laugh. Thanks, mate. Come on, Leicester. Come on, Leicester. Oh, and another shot that's just wide, and it's a goal kick. Yeah, wake me up before we score. At last, the City goal. You excited, Chris? Get in. I'm dreaming. Oh, yeah. At last, the reaction from Chris, which has been missing for so long. Never in doubt we would score. Stop the game now. I know. That chant has been a while. Scoring a goal, well, that's it. It has been a while. That's ruined Brad's bed. It's ruined mine as well. I heard my phone beat. I thought, oh shit, but we scored. At last, the City goal. You were 10 seconds ahead of me, but that's the best spoiler I've ever had, and I would take that again. Well done, been waiting a long while. Oh shit, must you be? We've scored a goal. Happy birthday, Keith, and there's your birthday present. Wayne's having a Pornhub moment. Well, look, we've been asking that for ages, haven't we? I'm going on a bender tonight. Their manager was worried about today. Yes, he was. Nice to see you celebrate, Chris. Well, thank you, Pashan. We scored a goal. We scored a goal. Leicester City. We scored a goal. Oh, and bags. Casey McAteer. 5 minutes. That will be the penalty 5 minutes, I think. Honestly, I've got a smile on my face. If we lose, we've scored a goal. Oh, I mean, that was. I'm not sure. I mean, that's like me and Manny. I think Stu Putin's been yellow carded. Manson and El Canoes, my God. Oh, yeah, El Canoes and Cody for the. Didn't know Manson had got booked. Oh! Oh, they're in the post! Who was that in the Leicester defence that couldn't fucking kick the ball away? Let's have a look. Mavadidi. It was shit defending. Indeed, Paul. Don't remind me of my bad joke. Hiya, Tomini. Ricardo off the bench. And maybe Evans as well. You having Belieber? Is that Justin? Justin Belieber. Then I saw her face. Oh, there you go. Then I saw the goal. Now I'm a believer. But Brighton coming forward. Nice back heel. Oh, the one here. Oh, again. Oh. Panic defending. Maybe something's saying it's going to be our day today. Mavididi. Oh, gets the free kick. Mavididi had to hold the ball up. Nobody was up there with him. The other two games, Forest 0, Everton 0, Southampton 0, Villa 0. And in this game, Brighton 1, Leicester 1. So Luke Thomas, I think it is, with the free kick. Left-footed into the box. Oh! Corner! I think it was McAteer, was it? So it's a corner. Where has this Leicester been all season? Yes. You were in the shower with me, though. Probably just as well. There it is, half-time. Half-time, and it's 1-1. We're going to take a break while I go and water the plants. I will see you guys on the other side. Give us 5 minutes. We'll be back with the half-time analyst. You know what I mean. We'll be right back. Oh, we scored a goal. We scored a goal. How shit must you be? We scored a goal.
Well, it's happened, hasn't it, mate? I couldn't believe it. We broke the streak. It's over. We did it. And what did he do? He just kicked the ball at the net and it went in. I mean, I could be a Premier League goalkeeper if I couldn't save that. But anyway, fantastic, mate, to get that done. And yeah, I mean, there's been rumours this week, Chris, about like people behind the scenes maybe talking and having some, heavy conversations and different team lineup today, different formation. Yeah, maybe back to something from before, but certain names omitted. And I don't know about you, mate. The energy was different. It was better.
Yeah. That is a whole better performance. Even at 0-0, that was we were counting, 2 minutes not conceded, 5 minutes not conceded. We're taking it up. The penalty we'll come on to in a second. But the defending, it's still awful. But we've gone forward. We've actually got players in their box. All right, you could argue Mavididi was a bit lucky with the goal. It went through the goalkeeper, but who cares? Who fucking cares? This was the thing that we would have got today. They could be the first ever team to lose 9 consecutive top-flight games without scoring. We're not. If they fail to score, they will equal Crystal Palace's Premier League record of 9 successive matches without a goal, which they set in January 95. We're not. That's Crystal Palace. It's all yours. I mean, look, overall performance wasn't... I've got, Donald, let's stop the match now. Let's take the point.
I don't know, mate. I mean, I'm really positive, actually, surprisingly. I don't know what it was, but, it's not perfect. We're not a good team right now. We need better players. We need a rebuild. We all know this. But from what we've seen from energy-wise in the last few weeks, I thought it was a little bit better today. I think we're in the game. I think, we've still got a mistake at the back, and so have Brighton because we've scored as well. And I don't know. It's something a bit different today. And like I say, mate, I think maybe some honest conversations behind the scenes have led us to this point. And it's the first time on the 36th minute, for example, we had a breakthrough and we were a little bit hesitant making the final ball. But I really think that, it was the first time I saw the old Leicester City. Someone that was going to go forward and try and score a goal. So I'm actually kind of made up in some ways, mate, even though we'll probably lose this 4-1 or win this 4-1, this way this game's lined up. I kind of feel a bit more positive because I think the players out there today, like Mavididi, has been really positive, which I really appreciate,
Yes. As anybody else, was it the half-time video that didn't play?
Well, what it was, mate, is that when you play, the subscribe video, when you go off and do your bits and that, I think it plays once and then it goes back to the hard cam of you, but you're not in the room. So I think when you're getting ready, we're watching you. So I think it's not on repeat. I just noticed it when I was sat here.
On repeat, I think that's probably what it was.
Because I was seeing it, but I think I was on the YouTube and it was showing something else. I thought I'd mention it to you anyway, in case you were fiddling your way back in or anything.
I didn't click loop. Look, 1-1 is how it is. Look, everybody was saying and buying a couple that it was probably a penalty. It took them a long time. I mean, if it's that obvious a penalty, why did it take them, 4 odd minutes to decide? And aim at him that quickly, what is he supposed to do?
Well, I'm going to say this. I've got an interesting take on this. I don't think it was a penalty, and I'll tell you why. And I know I'm a Leicester fan. Yes, jump in the chat. They slowed it down. When you slow it down, you're not seeing the moment as what it was, like you say, Chris. It came in very quickly. Your arm is going to be by your left-hand side. Do I think he moved it to stop the ball? No. I think if you watch it, he was moving to get his arm out of the way, but the ball was coming too quick. However, we got to play the game as it is at face value. And at face value, nowadays in the Premier League, that is a penalty. I don't think it was intentional. I think it's harsh as hell. And I think Connor was saying to me, he was saying, do you think I intentionally did that? I was like moving it out of the way. But, that's the letter of the law. It's a shit house for us. I think it's unfortunate.
The same link as me. I think what we were saying was he didn't make any attempt to move his hand out of the way.
Well, I think he did actually. I think it came at him so quick. If you watch, the arm did move just before it hit the ball. But that's, that's a slow-mo, isn't it? I think that's down to the thing. I think the fact it took so long to make a decision, showed the referee felt in the natural moment of the time it probably wasn't a penalty. But, it is by the letter of the law. I'm not saying it isn't. It's just, for me, it's like, that is literally the line we've seen there, Chris, on that one for me.
I mean, do you think that, I mean, it was quite a while after it happened that they stopped the game. I mean, surely there should be a limit on it.
Well, that's it, exactly. And I'll tell you, I'll give you another point, Chris. There was an earlier thing for Leicester where we were outside the box. I can't exactly remember who it was. I think it was, it might have been Thomas. He was trying to run with the ball. He got fouled outside the box, but because he didn't go over, he just got a nibble and he got kicked on the heel. The referee didn't give anything. It didn't go to VAR, but it was a free kick outside the penalty area. Because he didn't play act and didn't go down, we didn't get anything. However, then you got the opposite end. If you play act these things, they're going to look at VAR for it. And that stood out for me because my instinct was, when I saw it from the angle I was watching, was that is a free kick, irrelevant if he's gone down or not, because he's been fouled. So I should blow for it and make that relevant, than all the play acting. Yeah. So that gets me a bit. Anyway.
Look, there we are. It's finished. It was 872. When it happened, you went 849, I went 932. I guess you were slightly nearer, so you get the point.
I think I was optimistic, Chris, that we would score today, and also I said it would be 1-1, and so far I'm bang on, so there we go.
You are. You've called it, mate. You've called it. But we're going to go through, obviously, more at full time this half in its detail, but I have been look, Mavididi is saying, he had a shot when there was a couple of other teammates. I mean, the way this team's been playing, would you trust your teammates?
Well, this is it, exactly. I mean, the difficulty is as well with someone like Mavididi is, I think he's done a lot of this season. There's other games that hasn't paid off and he's lost the ball. Tonight he's taken on he's taken on his man. He's got past him and created great chances and got a goal. And then you've got to ask yourself, when you're in a difficult situation, there's a bit of hesitancy from a lack of confidence, which there's no doubt this Leicester team has right now. Our boys are full of it because we've had a season of it now, Chris, haven't we? Just negative stuff. I think you've got to appreciate players on the pitch who are still willing to try and go that extra mile, even though they could look stupid at the end of it. So I'll give Mavididi a lot of credit so far, because without him in particular, mate, we wouldn't have had a goal today. So well done for driving forward and being positive.
I mean, he has been inconsistent. Somebody said that a bit
of course.
Dyer, but he's made the difference. And I've got to say, I'm going to give a shout out because El Canoes is as good as El Canoes has always been. Right? I'm not going to, blow more smoke up his bum because he's always consistently probably our best player. What I do want to do is blow smoke up McAteer's arse because I thought he's had a really good game.
Yeah, I think he's been very competitive, hasn't he? I think he's got himself involved, and I think that's what you want, Chris, right now. I think that is the thing beyond anything else we've been calling out from, because irrelevant if we win or not today, we need to see something beyond this season that this team is willing to fight. And we've not seen that for weeks now. And that has been more of a problem with the change from Cooper to Rude than anything else. Tactically, it's probably the same. The fight has gone down. So today to see that and see that in a player who's, a young lad from our own academy as well, I'm all for it, mate, honestly. So no, I'm really happy with what he's done so far. And please keep doing it, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know who we're going to say. I mean, has anybody seen Vardy?
Well, he's playing his part, isn't he, mate? I mean, this is the thing, right? I mean, right now, this is the best 11 I've seen on the pitch in quite a while this season, I think, because they all seem to be playing on the same page. I've not seen a lot of finger pointing like we did with Wout Faes being in there or Vestergaard. That's probably why they're not involved anymore. So for me, mate, it is small steps, ultimately. Ultimately, we're relegated. Even if we win today, we win the next 4 games, we're probably relegated. Doesn't matter. I want to see players fighting for each other. I want to see a good team. And today I'm seeing a good team, Chris. So I'm a lot happier.
66% to Brighton, or 66.6 to be precise. What I just want to do, the teams are coming out, so very quickly. 37 touches in our box from Brighton, only 10 from Leicester. And the defending has been, at times, a little bit desperate.
It has, yeah, but I think we've not had a stable back four either, have we, Chris? So I think, today we're hopefully seeing a more stable structure going forward. But, mate, putting bodies on the line, Cody got his arm out in the way to try and stop a ball, didn't he? So that's something.
Yeah. Mate, I'll see you at full time. We're going to be joined by Wayne and Brad. I will see you there.
Cool. Enjoy it, guys. Let's do this. Come on.
Let's do this. Come on, one more. Another Mavididi. We can but hope. There we go. So let's get rid of half time. Because we're going to be coming up to Second half, any time now. Just need to put my bra on. Leicester, obviously, you know they're in the black. Brighton in their normal home kit. And Leicester are now going to be kicking from left to right. Brighton in the blue and white stripes are going to be playing from right to left. So, they've certainly had the attempts and certainly had the shots on target, Brighton. It's a good feeling to start the second half level. So let's just check and see if there's been any changes. No changes at half time. Keep a feeling for handballs, do the Brighton fans. It's 1-1 in this game, 0-0 in the other two 3 o'clock kickoffs. It's a free kick to Brighton in a very dangerous position. I mean, in fairness, in the last 5 games, Brighton have beat Fulham 2-1. They drew with Man City. They drew with 2-2. Drew with Forest 0-0. Lost to Villa 3-0, and obviously lost to Palace, which would have stung. That's their derby last week. Weekend. We've obviously, you know what we've done. We've lost virtually every single game. Well, not virtually. It is. So El Khanous is the guy that's laying down. Well back, but it's into the wall. And then he doesn't pick up the loose ball. Right. It's time for one of these. We'll have a tinny. We're drawing. Mini celebration. Well left there, I think, by Justin. A shout for Mads, who came out and booted it upfield. 1-1. How does this feel? Leicester, again, we had it and we've given it away. Hiya, Wiz. How you doing? Cheers, Gray. I got it then. I forgot to open it. Warm up for tonight. I've only just read that, Wiz. I saw your name. Love it, love it, love it, mate. Comment of the show so far. It does, I know. It does feel totally and utterly unreal. I mean, all right, you know, we're not gonna. Well, West Ham, can they beat Wolves for us tomorrow? But even so, it's not going to happen. We've got Liverpool next week, you know. But it's just nice to show a bit of fight. Is this the best game since... I mean, I know it's 1-1, so I suppose the score would say it was. But the best game since we played Tottenham and beat them? It's a Manson at the back. Chips it up. Justin keeps it in. Sorry, indeed, I think it was, and then gives away. So, oh, 40. I mean, bloody hell. B8, Brighton and Hove were through. Oh, this time Mads collects the shot. I mean, Brighton just, it was like knife through hot butter. Oh, he got away with it. You're not fickle, John, are you? You're not fickle at all. Oh. Oh. Now it's the VAR again. I mean, I'm worried. I'm worried. Oh, it's going to be a penalty. It's going to the monitor. Our defence part's easier than the Red Sea. Our defence part's easier than a prostitute's leg on double time. It's going to be another penalty. Ref's gone to the monitor. You know what this means? It's going to be a penalty, this. Referee's looking. The Brighton fan there stood up trying to convince him, I'm sure. I mean, it looks bad. It looks bad. He's taking his time, which isn't good. Taking his time. Here we go. And it's a penalty again. Silly boy, Thomas. Was it unfortunate for Leicester, or did they... He has saved, of course, he saved from Cole Palmer. So which side is he going to go this time? No, he goes top. He was never getting that. He was never getting that. Wrong way again. There we go. I mean, that penalty was. He was never going to get that, Madsen Manson. It was too high. So it's 2-1. No, I mean that was a good penalty. Well, we came back once. Can we do it again? And you got to say, Brighton really should probably be 3 or 4 clear from the, from open play. I mean, both of those penalties were not given on the field. So corner now. Brighton now taste blood. They do taste blood. I don't know what's going to be worse: Gary Lineker in his boxer shorts, or grey trouserless in his local shop. Not headed clear, but headed back across. Good defending now. Can Leicester take it away? No, they can't, because they can't control the ball. Somebody please tell me what Vardy's doing. As Jason Cundy would go, has anybody seen Vardy? Well, Wayne went 1-1 with his prediction, so he was quite happy for a little bit. John's up and down like a bride's knickers on a wedding night. Oh, 3 changes for Leicester coming on. If we can hold on to the score. Oh! Vardy's off. Good. And indeed, and Thomas are off as well. So I think it's a bit unfortunate. I think Thomas had a good game apart from that penalty. Skip is on. Pretty much. Is it like? No, it's not like for likes because we've got Samare. Lovely ball forward in fair play to him. Mavadidi. Back flick. Nice ball. But Brighton managed to get numbers back now. Vardy for Daka. Indeed for Skip. Thomas for Ricardo. Vardy was doing absolutely nothing. Keith, showing your age. And now Leicester have lost it. Pedro. He beat Skip and a Coley. And then he runs into a Coley. It's a yellow card for a Coley. Brighton haven't made any changes yet. It's his free kick here to Brighton. So, no, it was a long ball, too far over everybody from the free kick. It was booted back in, but it was high and over. Yeah, but I mean, you've got to say Brighton are winning, and Brighton deserve it, really. I mean, Daka, he's obviously going to be playing up front, so he has got that speed we know to cause problems. Welbeck running into Ruud van Nistelrooy there. Didn't they used to be teammates? Well, they just said 5 or 6, Ronald, on the commentary. The other 2 games are still 0-0. Yeah, Ricardo playing that inverted defender. So we're back down to 17 points. Only 6 points clear of Southampton at the moment. So 2 wins for Southampton. And their goal difference isn't that worse than, well, it is worse than ours, but only by 6 goals. 6 points, 6 goals. Overall, the performance, I've got to say, it's a throw into Leicester. Tried to get Skip away. The performance is better. It is one of the better performances. Shamare with a run into the box. Oh, plays it back, but nobody there. Just plays it back heel to her. Cody took the ball off, and then we just lost it again. Now Brighton are giving it back to us. I've got about 5 minutes of can't keep the ball. Oh, Daka. Can hear the Leicester fans singing now. Look at that Daka effort again. The goalkeeper had to make a save. El Canoes into the box. Oh, corner. Goalkeeper, I don't think he was too sure where that was going, so he had to put it out over the top. Let's have a look at this Daka shot. Oh, it's a good effort. He had to go down. So left-footed from Daka. The goalkeeper had to go down. He stopped it with his ankle, if anything. Daka, I think, did well to stay on side. 3 corners each. So it's El Canoes with the corner here. On this right-hand side, Leicester kicking left to right, don't forget. Oh, it's over everybody. Oh, that's a free kick. That could be a yellow card to Skip, and he's not been on 5 minutes. I mean, I don't know how many yellow cards we've actually got or we've collected. Still 0-0 other games. 4 yellow cards, but Skip's just got 1, so that's 5 yellow cards. 5 yellow cards. Double Brighton change. Gray. Come on, I mean, that was a shot. It's more than Vardy had. Mintat and O'Reilly are off for Brighton. March and Gomez are on. Keith, your typing's as bad as mine, mate, and mine's bloody awful. Now's the time for Ayu. Is it? You watch, they'll bring him on now and he'll score and prove you right. Oh, no, don't have to apologise at all, Prashant. It's how you feel, and you're entitled. I don't know who's been booked there. I think Dunk, has he? They're saying. On the score on the screen, the colour for Brighton is blue, which I get. Colour for Leicester, oh yeah, so it's brown we've got. Yeah, Dunk got the yellow card. Time wasting. Oh, Keith, yours and mine totally. My kids, they've had to learn to write, learn to read my typing. Good bit of play here by Leicester. McAteer! Oh! What a move! Probably the best move of the match by Leicester. Now I'm going to ask a question here. Yeah, but I have spell check on my computer, Jeff. I also, starting next week, I don't know if it will be me, but I'm one of a group of writers now for The Observer. Free kick to Leicester. Another free kick to Leicester. So when I'm doing it on my computer, there's no way would I write my blog for the BBC on my phone. But when I'm doing it on my computer, I don't have predictive text on the computer. And of course, it shows any spelling or grammar mistakes. No Canoe standing over the ball. Can we get a second equaliser? 72 minutes gone. Just clicked over to 73. Only one in the wall for Brighton. Yes, goal! No! Akoli! Akoli from the free kick! El Canoe's free kick! Beautiful! Beautiful ball into the box! Akoli header! 2-2! Fucking buses! We've waited for how long? We've waited for how long? And suddenly, like buses, one you get, and two come along at once. Oh my fucking God!
Go! Back of the net.
Oh, the checking offside. Now we've got this automated technology in. Yes, it stands! Yes, it stands! 2-2! Can you fucking believe Oh my goodness me. Is anybody thinking they're going to wake up in a minute because this is a fucking dream? Or is it just me? Crash out. Wow. Yeah, let's not cop this up now, Leicester. Yeah. And Leicester coming away again with a break down the far side. And Mavididi, he's already got one, but he loses out. He can't control it. I'm singing, Gray's singing. What a goal it was. Hopefully we can make it 3-2. Come on. You said it, Chris. Get in there. I can't remember what I said. Hey, Yvonne, let's get another. Like buses, the goals come together. Indeed they do. Hope you're not going to clip the goal reactions. Now, McAteer. My blood pressure is through the roof. Milk it, Chris. Like a baby just getting its first feed. Maybe a late week. Oh, now's the time for AU. Let us do a Southampton. Get Jordan AU on to score in the 90-odd minute. 2-2. Serious. Absolutely. You are pulling my dick. But Brighton are coming away now with it. We've not cleared it yet. Oh, now it's a free kick to Leicester. And we can take our time. Oh, my God. Honestly. It's Southampton 0. It's all happening down at the Dell. Southampton 0, Aston Villa 2. But it's still Nottingham Forest 0, Everton 0. 19 attempts to Brighton, 9 to us, 6 on target for them, 4 for us. Wow. Oh, yeah. Confidence lower than a snake's belly. Oh my God. Well, we're not going to survive. We're not going to stay up. And yes, we've got to accept that to a point. It's no disrespect, but it's Brighton. You know, I mean, they are reasonably high in the table. And let's face it, we couldn't beat anybody, could we? They're in 9th place. We are 8 points clear of Southampton now. Exactly, Armchair. Exactly. That's what we need. We need to go down fighting. Was there anybody else that when a Coley scored thought it was Daka? Well, that's what you've got to say, Gray. Where has this been hiding? Oh, good defending there. That was a free kick. Samari there. What's he had? What has he had? He just sticks his foot out Vestergaard like. I mean, let's be honest with you. If Brighton had the shooting boots on, we wouldn't still be in this. 11 minutes plus any stoppage time. And there will be stoppage time, obviously, for the penalty. Oh. Somehow the Brighton player fell over but still held on to the ball. That's lucky. Did I say the Dell? Look, forgive me. My head's all over. Oh, I'm watching my team score 2 goals. I'm watching my team come back from losing twice. And you expect me to get everything right? Leicester somehow, nice, neat football. Oh. Mavadidi couldn't quite get it through to McAteer. To be honest with you, I'm not going to sit and type 300-word essay out on my phone. I know what you're saying, Prashant, but I'm old school. Look, I've got laptops, and I've got these because I don't like using laptops. I've got those, and a mouse because I don't like laptops either. So, thank you for saying that, but I couldn't type that many. So it's a change now for Brighton. Dringo is off, and Garuda is on. That used to be an Indonesian airline, didn't it? Jeff will tell us, no doubt. Shaded wheat at half time. You're on form, armchair. Free kick to Leicester. McAteer there, being taken down. The side has gone down my throat. That's where it's gone, Gray. Cheers, mate. Throw into Leicester. Just in front of Rude. I mean, oh my God, Mads Manson playing left back. I've got to say, Leicester the better team at the moment. Ooh, that was unlucky trying to get it through to McAteer, but hit the Brighton player. It's out for throw in from Skip, who's a little bit bold, is our Skip. Aren't we all, mate? Aren't we all? End it now. End it now. End it now. Where's Donald Trump when you need him? Aberdeen on the ball from Samare. Leicester fans urging the Leicester players to shoot. Skip to McAteer. He gets the ball in. And it's a goal kick. At the moment, I'm going to say Leicester City are the better team. I mean, can you imagine that if we were to get a late winner here? It's still Forest 0, Everton 0, Southampton 0, Aston Villa 2. Oh, Daka there. Got the run on, but there was nobody there. He took the shot, but it came off the goalkeeper's gone out finally for a Leicester throw-in on the far side. It's Brighton who are holding on now. Nobody was there with Daka. He couldn't really do much, in fairness. If he'd got it past the goalkeeper, there was a defender on the line. Mavadidi gets a corner. Didn't give that ball up. Where has this Leicester City been? But why does Kate get to write about this performance and not me? The Morris shot. Will it be kept in? Yes, it is. So it's, dangerous play by Brighton, but they do get it away, but it's headed back in again. At the moment, the ball's all falling for Leicester. How can you see the ball? It's the post from El Canoes. Oh. And Daka misses the rebound, but he was falling over. Oh. When I say he falls down, he doesn't fall down. It was a good tackle. Yeah, they've just said on the telly, where has this performance come from? Mavadidi. Oh! The ball seems to be falling for Leicester now. Corner to Leicester. Not the best of one. He doesn't get past the first man. Skip gets it. It's back to Samari. Oh, then it's a poor ball over to McAteer and it goes out. Ruud van Nistelrooy is actually giving some direction. Look, we might, if we don't win this, if it's a draw, I still feel it's great. If we lose it, we've got to look at the a bit too hard there for Daka, and he was being marked. He goes all the way through to Verbruggen in the Brighton goal. Who's taking his time? Leicester fans cheering at him here. I know. Not a good day to give up drinking. That's a throw into Leicester. Skip. Oh. Brighton have got nervy. Well, going up to see how many minutes of injury time. I reckon 5, possibly 6. Rene, you keep any scores to yourself. Seven minutes. Oh, good defending by Leicester. Ricardo. No way. Can Mavadidi do anything here? Oh, it didn't run kindly. Oh. Oh! Welbeck header, and it was a good Madison save. Madison? Manson. Oh my! I'm getting Madsen and Manson running up with Madison. What we would do for Madison now, though, eh, folks? Maybe not in goal. I would accept that. But now Brighton coming back into it. Oh, volley goes wide. Oh my God. Brighton just on top for the moment. I mean, he didn't take the volley very well, and it goes wide. There was Madsen Manson on the goal line, and there was also Cody covering as well. But it did end up going wide, and a goal kick. Now, Ayu, he's coming on! Hey! Oh, it's going to go for Reed. Sorry. And Mavadidi is off. Wow. I'm surprised at Mavadidi coming off. Anybody else surprised at Mavadidi coming off? Four minutes. Blue Fox, yes. Personally, I'd have brought Ayu on because I just think he would be. Oh, get a corner. Broke away down the left-hand side. Took over Reed. And took over Reed wins corner. Oh, poor corner. Straight into Verbruggen's arms. But now will Leicester get caught out at the back? Oh, goalkeeper. Good defending there by Hermerson. Oh, and Manson gets the ball from defending there. Let's have a look at the other scores. Anybody else's heart going? Oh, Everton have beaten Forest 1-0. So it's Nottingham Forest 0, Everton 1, Southampton 0, Aston Villa 3. So Southampton getting relegated hasn't changed their look because obviously sometimes once you get relegated and the pressure's off, but that hasn't worked for Southampton today. Manson is way out of his goal again, and a left back. McAteer got caught there, hobbling away, and wins the free kick. Don't know what the Brighton player is saying, but Ricardo's pushing him away. So we're a minute off full time. And he's feeling it, is McAteer. Hopefully he can run it off. It's a free kick just inside. Do you know what I mean? Just inside the Brighton half. It's a long kick there from Matamantan, but it was straight to his counterpart. It's going to be surely time up now. Throw into Brighton, just inside the Leicester half on the far side. Oh, there's a substitute coming. Evans is coming on. And McAteer is coming off. And then that's gamesmanship there from Rude. I know, get going, get going, get going. Number 91, Evans. Is that higher than Monga was? Hermerson gets that, falls over. That should be the last. No, I thought I heard the whistle then. There it is. Home supporters are booing, not Leicester supporters this time. 2-2. Full time. I don't care about the result. That performance was absolutely the best performance I have seen since Tottenham Hotspur. And probably even better than that. Great result, as you say, Gray. I'm going to go because I'm getting all emotional. No, I'm not. I'm going to go water the plants. We're going to be back in a few minutes. And we're going to have the full-time or the post-match discussion. And for once, we've got something good to talk about. We'll be back.
I don't know, it's so difficult not to look smug at this point. Obviously. I don't know, it's so difficult not to look smug at this point. Obviously.
Fucking God. I mean, did you see your celebration? It was like, oh my God, it's good, good. Oh, yeah. Right. Seriously, mate, I watched it.
I'm not sure what Brad is doing at the moment. Tom is there. Did anybody else see me or wanted to be able to see the video? Because it was showing me that the video was playing.
Sorry, Chris.
Did you just then? Did you see the video playing constantly, or did you see it play and then I was sat there?
I think it didn't play at first, and we saw you going out. But I think then you came back in and you set it up, and it worked okay, Chris.
And it was just working constantly.
Is this video bombing?
I think it is.
We're coming for Wolves. We're coming for Wolves. 14 points behind them. We're coming for Wolves.
Right, now I'm not sure how this is going to work out because I have somehow got to try and add a slot in here. Look, let's enjoy it for the moment. Where the fuck, Tom, has that performance been?
Oh, it's been gone for a long time, mate, hasn't it? It's been remarkable what we've seen today. I'm going to say this, we talked this year about like how there's been probably individuals in the club who have made it, into a more toxic environment. There was blatantly some individual this week, be it Rude, be it Jamie Vardy, be it Top, whoever, who went out there and had a chat with them all and had a heart-to-heart, because what we saw today was a much more impassioned performance. I mean, to see players get forward with something, I mean, you can see the effect of confidence because we weren't sharp enough still and we still had mistakes in our game, but I appreciate the effort, mate. I mean, the effort means half the, the battle is almost there, isn't it? So, yeah, a lot more effort, mate, in a good way.
But let's not take anything away. We were lucky, weren't we?
Well, yeah, of course, but you've got to be lucky in the Premier League, mate, against good teams, haven't you? I mean, Brighton were a very good team. I looked at it, ironically, like a mirror of what we used to be, is what we were playing. There were teams like Brentford who would come up, and play us, and we were the Brighton, and now it's roles reversed, and, but we still held ourselves well, I mean, they had a mistake or two in them. They got a few injuries, Balemba at centre-back, whatever his name was, is something we, made the most of. But, yeah, I still think a lot better, Chris, a lot better.
I'm just messing about. I don't know what you guys can see here, but I wasn't I didn't know who was coming in, who wasn't coming in, so I haven't got my all my slots ready, if you pardon the expression. Wayne, how did it feel?
It feels brilliant, Chris. Exactly as Tom said. I mean, that is a typical Premier League performance. It had art, organisation, the press was organised, sometimes really high up. We played direct passes through, we got into their box. Everything that for the last sort of 7 or 8 games, months, we've just not seen. It's almost like they've had a big get-together, thrashed everything out, had a reset and think, okay, for the remainder of the season, let's just get passionate and give it a go.
Is it enough, though, Brad, to save Rude's job?
Oh, no, probably not. But I don't care. I don't give a rat's arse. I've actually seen a decent Leicester performance for 90 fucking minutes, mate. Excuse my French. I'll take the fine from YouTube off your hands. But I don't care right now. I don't care. Reset that clock. It's now at 15 minutes since we last scored a goal. I'm just happy to see some fight. And I feel like Rude's kind of did what Cooper did when it started getting a bit tetchy for his reign before, like the Chelsea games, playing players he hadn't really played, praying that they'd do something for him. And Mavididi played with a purpose today. Other players seem to play with a purpose today, a bit of effort behind them. 8, 9, 10 weeks too late, but they finally had the freedom to do it. And it's just nice, Chris. Look, it's not going to change our fate. We're still going to go down to the Championship. But if we can kind of make this era like that Mickey Adams era, when Bassett came in after Taylor and then he took over and I think we didn't lose a game, or we lost against Man U, but we didn't lose and we won our last game at Filbert Street under him. If we can just make these last 6 or 7 games feel like that, at least I'll have some positivity going into next season. Because for a
We
change,
will have some pride, won't we? We'll have some pride.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've just been moving everybody around and trying to fit everybody in because we're all well. Like I say, past few weeks it's just been me and Tom. The kids have returned, Tom. Wayne, I mean, look, you're the bad luck. You went last week and we lost.
Sorry, Chris. What?
You're bad luck. You went last week and we lost.
I know, mate. I know. Like the guy said, I mean, there were so many positives in this performance. I mean, so many where we were clutching at straws, just looking for anything and thinking, well, there is nothing. No element of our performance was positive in any way. And it just shows you that it's been there all along. You know, we haven't. Well, we all thought we got an absolutely shit side with players that didn't want to play. It just shows you that there are players there that can play, and what a great game, great game. In fact, they scored 2 goals, but not from open play either.
No. Look, let's go through this. First of all, I do have a question for Brad. Brad, what was the Man City Palace score earlier?
Well, you know, sometimes you predict Desmond's and you get the wrong team colours.
No. You were messaging me going, nah, it's the Desmond. I'm going to mind you up about this. Just remind me what the score was, please.
I think Palace forgot there was a second half and it ended 5-2. This is shame, isn't it? But remind me, Chris, if I am, let me just double check this here. Oh, you bastards! No, forget it. Don't matter. Go on, move on.
What were you going to remind me?
I was going to remind you what I predicted for Southampton Villa, but I forgot they scored another goal late on to make it 3-0.
Yes. Yeah. Oh,
at least I got a point.
But was it 5-2? It was 5-2.
Yeah, it was 5-2 in the end. Yeah, they scored another one late on.
But anyway, well, Brad, you've got 1 point this week.
Yeah. Well, I'll take it. I'll take it. The one time Leicester turn up,
he called Everton 1, Forest 0.
Madness. Absolute madness.
Yeah. Right. Well, look, let's go back to the start. This one of the first announcements, Tom, was that it was semi-automated offside.
Yeah, interesting that. Yeah, we still got the goal, which is the main thing. Chris, I visualised that equaliser. It was beautiful. When he was lined up, I just looked at his positioning and went, I feel this. There's someone at the back post come diving in. And what a goal from Okoye. You see how much it meant to him as well. It was nice just seeing how much it meant to him, you know, to get forward and score a goal. That's what we need to see at this football club, honestly. We've been lacking that all season, and we're dead and buried, but like... that sort of thing makes you go, the Great Escape. If we beat the champions next week, but I'm joking, that's not going to happen. But you know,
if Liverpool beat us next week, and because Wolves lose tomorrow to West Ham, I think that's an Arsenal lose. I think Liverpool could win it by beating us next week. And look, Wayne, we played a slightly under strength Brighton, shall we say? But it you know, we were lucky. They were missing shots left, right, and centre. But you know, you take your chances. As Tom said, they only scored from 2 penalties. And I've got to say, if it takes you that long to decide whether it's a penalty or not, it shouldn't be a penalty.
I personally did think it was a penalty. I get what Tom said, but he did. But the shame was that Thomas was behind him. You know, if he hadn't have, you know, but yeah, it is directly at him. So I do get the argument. I think we'd call for it our way. But yeah, I can't remember your question, Chris, to be honest. What?
Well, I can't remember the question. Can anybody remember the question? Glad you're taking note of me,
penalty, yeah, about the penalty. Yeah, I get that. But, you know, we would call for that. And it's just a shame.
That was the question. If it takes an official that long to decide it's a penalty, because certainly for the first one, I just think, how the hell does he get his hand out the way? It took VAR a long time to stop the game, and then that referee was looking at that screen for so long. I thought he'd got Pornhub on. It was taking that long to look at it. But if it's taking you that long, where's this clear and obvious shit?
Well, I don't think there is, in fact, because the question is, okay, so why is somebody taking that long? He's been called over to the screen, so that's for a reason. Normally when refs get called over to the screen, they would call it a penalty. But I think you're thinking, okay, so why is he taking so long? You think, what's he checking for? And I think it was like, I thought it was checking whether, like, when the shot came in, if Cody's arm hadn't have been there, that Thomas was behind him, so they probably wouldn't have scored. You see what I mean? I was just struggling to understand what they were checking for, because they looked at, it was ridiculous, really. It's either handball or not. It shouldn't take that long to decide whether it's a deliberate move to block a shot on goal. Yeah,
that's the thing. If you can't decide in a minute, look, we've been saying about this for ages, but if you cannot decide in a minute with VAR, then you should just let the game go on. And Brad, I've got to say sorry. First of all, apparently Eddie Howe has been admitted to hospital, so we wish him all the best in his recovery. And LCFC, not seen you for a while, mate. Welcome in. Afternoon all. Well, I can't remember the last time you were this cheerful. Probably the last time I smacked up, but that's another story for another show. Don't forget I said that.
LTID TV, the Breaking Bad episode that no one never aired.
Yeah. It's been nice being with you. I'll see you on somebody else's channel. I've got to say, I thought we'd stop taking the knee. Interesting thing at the start, Brad, is Mavididi, who's probably one you would expect to take the knee, didn't.
Yeah, it's kind of just become a farce that it happens now. It was in stand of rightly of racism, but even a lot of the players over the last few years have come out and said it's a pointless thing now. It served its purpose for the point that it was raised for. Can anyone even remember why it started? Because it was an incident. Obviously, it was a racial incident, and it's
Black Lives Matter, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, but that itself is now a thing. Yeah, so should they still be doing it? They still be doing it? Because some players, some games in some countries, they just get on with it. They don't do it.
I must admit, when that first goal went in, Tom, James came in and said Rudkin out. And I did actually make the point that I don't know if anybody else saw it, but when they slowed it right down, you could see that there was a topless Rudkin running onto the pitch, got behind Cody and put his arm between Cody's arm and his side, and it was actually Rudkin's arm that the ball hit, and therefore it was Rudkin's fault. So I agree, Rudkin out. But at 1-1, it was Rudkin in. So we went through all the emotions. And I have to say, everybody, and I'm sorry, I was so looking forward to this. Gray did say, if we win today, I'm dropping my trousers in the local shop. And he was going to supply us with photographic evidence, but we didn't quite manage it, unfortunately. Elkanu's got a yellow card quite early, Tom. And I thought, this could be a bit dangerous, but thankfully, he didn't take it any further. But our defending at times was poor again, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, Chris. We're making the best of a bad bunch, aren't we? I think we're in a difficult argument and a battle with ourselves of, do we want to have potentially perceived higher quality players on the pitch or players who want to play for Leicester City Football Club? And I think the 11 we saw out today, including the back four, was probably one of the better representatives of Leicester City this season, rather than just, people like Wout Faes, Vestergaard, we've had question marks. They all fall out of each other. I just think, the quality is less with Cody in there perhaps than Faes when Faes is on his top game. But we don't see his top game. If he is going to play his top game, it will be for Belgium to put himself in the window. And he rarely does that himself. So it shows how much we probably made the right decision to move away from him, not even to put him on the bench, mate. So, no, but, the attitude was better. And we've been missing the attitude beyond anything else, mate.
I've got to say, it's not quite, a bit like my sex life, this match. It's not quite good enough to celebrate with an orgasm, but I can celebrate with a little bit of excitement. It's as good as it's going to get. I mean, the thing is, Wayne, I've just played that little bit of tongue-in-cheek there. Is this how bad we've become that we are celebrating a point?
Yes, one word answer. But yeah, but that's. I mean, you got a Desmond and you got your points, but I had us down for a draw because Brighton, they've been in loads of games, had more chances, and like they lost the last two, and that's why they've stumbled getting into Europe. And I thought they were dead cert for Europe, so they were the perfect team probably for us to play. And then they did have a load of chances, but you know, they didn't have like nine. You know, they had 19 chances, sort of 6 on target, but were there really that strong chances? Really, I think we defended really well, considering we've changed the defence around so much. That defence, the 2 penalties apart, what kept Brighton down to no goals in 90 odd minutes of open play. I think that's pretty fantastic, to be honest. Yeah.
I think it is. I mean, I'm just going to have a look at just to quickly say the table's not really changed. Ipswich Town have still got 20 points. We've got 18. We're now 8 points clear of Southampton, who have got 10, who are doing well at the point. But look, if we just go down, like you said so many times, both, we're going down with a bit of fight. And isn't it strange? And we talked before the game kicked off. We started this season under Rude with a formation that Enzo would have been happy with. A win and a draw, funnily enough, 2-2 against Brighton there. The only other points we got in the league was against Spurs. What does that say about Spurs? We changed to a 5 at the back. Didn't improve, although you could argue that it improved because we weren't leaking quite so many goals, but we weren't scoring. And then we've gone back to the original 4 at the back. And it's almost like, forgive me for saying this, and I'm sure we'll discuss this on Monday night when we'll actually enjoy doing a review show, but it's almost like he picked the right personnel.
Yeah, it was. I think over these last few weeks, Rude, probably in vain of his job, but Rude probably took a look around that dressing room and went, who's here to prove me wrong, but also to prove they're committed to Leicester going forward? Because, you know, us last relegation, all right, this is way more embarrassing because we're not even with a chance at this point in the season. But last season, even though we were close to Everton right till the very last game of the season, you never felt like it was just going to happen. You know, you always felt like the second a goal goes in, the down tools. And yeah, Leicester have had embarrassing results this season, but they never gave up. They've just never been creative enough. And today, Chris, you know, you could say in a little bit of a sense, it was met with a little bit of frustration because for the first time, Ruud van Nistelrooy reverted back to the old ways and went counter-attack them. How many times, after we made it 2-2 especially, Chris, did all of a sudden Brighton absolutely cap themselves and give the ball away, and we was able to hit Mavididi early and he had someone alongside him to have a go? I mean, yeah, O'Connors was a fag papers way difference of turning the game on its head. We'd have been talking about Great Escape West Brom 2.0, that had gone in, but it's a little bit of frustration, but I feel like he was backed into a corner, and after a few weeks of training, he's gone, right, I'm going to do this thing called playing wingers on the wing, not Jordan Ayew's. We're going to play wingers on the wing, and I'm going to play midfielders, and what I'm going to actually tell, and it only really improved when we actually did this thing, Chris, called put a right back on. No, calm down. Right, but we'll put this right back on that attacks down the right-hand side. And I'm going to say right enough because Rude's finally realised that's what you do, right? But it gave us an extra body so that someone like Ndidi could actually travel forward a bit, and Boubacar, Samari could travel forward a bit. I don't think there's actually a performance in there today that he could sit there and go, it's your reason we didn't get a thing. It's your reason they scored a goal. Because like Wayne said, it was, I mean, I put a tongue-in-cheek status up saying, how shit must you be if you need 2 penalties to get a point from Leicester? But we had a solid display. Chris, Brighton ended that game with 21 shots to our 19 or 16, maybe, something like that. 15. But they had 7 on targets. Well, 2 of them were the penalties. So they only had 5 shots on target. So it was nice to see.
I just need to take a minute here. I'm sorry, because I don't know if I'm feeling a little bit faint, but Brad's quoting stats at me.
I know. That's how mad the world's gone. That's how mad the world's gone today when I'm quoting stats. You know what I mean? But no, honestly,
sorry, that's. I need a minute. I need a minute,
Chris.
Well, see, look, seeing as you've taken us down the stats route, you swine. Do you know what all right, it was 60%, 40% possession if you round it up and down. We actually had an XG, Tom. Are you ready for this? 1.2.
I know, it's insane. It's gone over the 1 for the first time in a long time.
Really? What? You could almost, if you're rounding that up, you'd be rounding it up to 2, wouldn't you?
Well, exactly. I mean, I'm trying to wonder who was in the club who was handing out the blue pills this week to make this happen, because it's just literally gone from 0 to 1 from nowhere. So, yeah, mate, remarkable. I mean, something must have happened behind the scenes this week, because we've not seen that level of energy or, even desire to get forward, in quite a long time. I mean, the shame of it is that if we were a more confident side in this game, we would have probably won this, I think, maybe actually 4-2. And the reason why is because I think in the final third, we had 3 or 4 opportunities today with people like Mavididi, Vardy, El Khanous, where we made the wrong decision. We held the ball slightly too long rather than making the instinctive pass that we would have done as a team maybe 3 years ago. And that shows you how far down this path we have fallen. So, it's a small step forward today, but I want that to be very relevant to the argument that, we got to remember that natural footballing element and lean more into that and be more positive like we were today. So, yeah, good small step. Let's just keep going.
I mean, Wayne, and I'm going to defend Rude here a little bit, and people might find that strange. Before we come on to some more tactic talk with Brad, because he's in the mood, I can see that. But Wayne, how often has he started Mavididi and Mavididi's not really performed? Is this the first time since Ruud van Nistelrooy, and we'll forget Coop because that was different formations and all sorts, but since Ruud's taken over, is this the first time that he's actually started Mavididi, and he hasn't done it much, where Mavididi's actually come on and been up for it and said, yeah, I'm playing, and has had a good game?
Yeah, spot on, Chris. And to be honest, some fans like Kate gone down to watch Mavididi. They said when he's on the pitch, he's not bothered. He doesn't put tackles in. And it is definitely he's got a lot of skill. He's got a lot of potential, but his application isn't professional enough for him to take it, for him to become a regular Premier class winger. Whereas, unfortunately, Fatawu had that approach and he had the skill. And unfortunately, I think with him and Ricky P, we wouldn't have even been in the relegation zone. But Mavididi was like, one thing I noticed, well, El Khanous so many times had the ball on our own 18-yard box. He just released Soumaré. He released Mavididi down the wing and he set up everything. But Mavididi was running in the box, and there's a couple of times he did double dink, beat the defenders. He shot over the bar, but he was getting in the box and he was definitely up for it. And maybe that's because he has been left out a bit and saying, look, your attitude needs to change and, show me that you're hungry to play Premier football. And I do think it's interesting that Ruud, would I have wanted Ruud next season in the Championship? No, I thought he'd probably waste our squad. It'd be interesting to see how Ruud plays the last few games, and he might win the fans over, and the fans might say, do you know what? I wonder what we can do with Rude in the Championship, Chris.
No, no. Bye, Wayne. There's no way. There is no way that you can say on 8 games that he's going to turn things round. When you look at what he had done in the previous 20, whatever it is he's had. You know, if we'd been playing and we're in games and it was close and we've been performing better and we've got a few more points, yes. But you know, one swallow doesn't make a summer.
But what if you play with that attitude for the rest of the season, though, Chris?
No, there's not enough games. There's 6 games.
No, not to survive. I just mean if we play with that.
There's only 6 games.
Yeah.
I get what Wayne's saying though, Chris.
Sorry, Tom. Ricardo's been injured, so I get that. You know, he's falling out with players. He's falling out with Cody. He's now falling out with Winks. He's refused to play McAteer. He's refused to play Mavididi. And all right, you know, you could argue about, but he's not been given these players long enough to get a run in the team. And I don't care if we were to win the next 6 games, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, all the way through. No, I still want him out of my club because he's proved in the last 15 games, 16, however many he's been in charge, he's shit.
I mean, with Winks, has Winks got the God complex and he's put him in his place? We don't know.
No, Winks falling out with him. Does it not remind you of Brendan Rodgers falling out with Soyuncu? And as soon as we had somebody, as soon as we got somebody in that knew what he was talking about, as in John Terry, and he goes, "What's this player not, doing training on his own or with the under-21s? Get him in." We suddenly started playing better. A manager should not get any player to the point of where he dropped him for falling out with him for whatever reason. You work through it. That's what a good manager does, not just in football, in any business. He is ruining Leicester's chances because he doesn't appear to be wanting to sit down and talk to Winks. But look, how many games has Ruud van Nistelrooy been in charge? I mean, we've played 38. So we haven't. We've played 32 now.
He's had 20 games in charge because we sacked Cooper after 12.
Yeah, okay, 20 games. There we go then. Let's say he's had 1 win, then he got a draw, then he got another win, and then he got a draw. So 16 of those games we were shit, playing his way. And the players have been there that he could change it. He could, walk on water, and I still wouldn't want him next season.
Devil's advocate, I have a different view. The fact that he took over a shit squad with a bad attitude that thought they were brilliant having won the championship, but just average or bottom 3 in the Premier.
No, and I do respect your opinion. If you want him, I will just take great delight when we sat bottom of the table after 10 games. But we're going to turn this into Manny versus me part 2. No, I do totally respect you, but no, I wouldn't want him anywhere near this squad, to be totally honest with you. Brad, that's thrown me off now. Look, we had 21. Well, they had 21 shots, as you said. We had 15. They had 7 of their 21 on target. 6 of our 15 were on target. And when you look at touches in the box, they had 48, which was a lot. We had 27 touches in their box. When was the last? We haven't done that all bloody season added together.
No, we've not. And like I said, it's a drastic performance, and I see where Wayne's coming from in a little sense, but I'm with you, Chris. I feel this is more down to the players. I feel like Rude's had the staff in the dressing room going, "Look, mate, you've got to fold. You've got to listen to them players. You've got to stop saying it's my way or the highway, and you've got to do something because best case scenario for you is you tell them players to go out there and play counter-attacking football, and you save your managerial career because your Leicester career is gone. You're not going to be trusted by the lads next season because they'll march into that office the second that whistle blows on the final game of the season and say, right, that's great, we're down, we really went on effort, but that wasn't for Ruud, that was for us, trying to keep the club in the Premiership, get rid of him. And it'll happen because player power, and in a way, rightly so. In this scenario, I don't always agree with player power, but this is a scenario where I think, you didn't see any of the players go over to Ruud celebrating when the full-time whistle went. You saw a Coley kind of gutted that they didn't get the win, and the Madsen came up to him and went, "Nah, mate, come on, well done, mate, well done. We got a point. We played out. You got the first Leicester goal." And normally when a manager comes in, you get players that were in the cold and they get given second lease of life. And I know Chris is probably going to play Spider-Man in a flash, but Samare has been ever consistent since No, he has though, hasn't he? As an example, Samare has been a consistent in his redemption arc. He has. Has he not been playing every week? I'm not saying he's been playing well, but has he not been playing every week?
Yes, but so's that Faze. I mean, what does that mean?
Hey, he didn't have a bad game today, though, Chris. Again, like Wayne said, he was actually part. Even you said it, Chris.
I tell you what, I'm going to save Sumari because I am going to come back to him later.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Tom. It looks like the top row know what we're doing. We're spot on. That bottom row, who invited them?
Hey, all I said is he's played every week. I didn't say he'd been good every week, did I?
Oh, no. Brad got there in the end there. You were right, mate. You just kind of talked your way around it the long way. And
I just stopped digging the right way. I started digging up.
Well, exactly. And it's not about that either. I mean, I think Wayne had a good
point. Tom, save me. Pull me up, Tom. Save me, please.
I'm trying to.
Hold on, he gives 5 for losing 3-0. Don't put him on your list.
Exactly. I wrote a statement for that. I went full Bill Clinton for that, and you know it, Brad. I did not sleep with that woman, whatever it was, of the Winsky. Anyway, but anyway, my point is that no, I actually saw what Wayne was getting at a little bit as well. I mean, I think the point is what Brad said is right. The players aren't really into Ruud either, so it's probably not going to work out. But there is a sort of irony of that Ruud van Nistelrooy, the guy that was like a golden goal scorer of a generation, a most idolised man in probably a generation of goal scorers, has ended up facing a bit of challenges now, facing some real hardship. And in fact, if that's something he's going to learn from this, and I think we've seen a bit of that today, it's about growth, isn't it? I think if Ruud van Nistelrooy shows some personal growth and a little bit of accountability, which is what I've been asking for, and I think he has lacked at times, I think he's been a little bit gaslighting his approach in the press, I think there is a small chance he might stay at Leicester. I think it's 10%. I don't think it's 25. However, I do think Wayne is right in that purpose. I think there is that element of that because this sort of game brings it up. However, you're right. When the players that aren't there for him either at the end, it doesn't look good. So it probably looks like it's a quick fix to a bigger problem. But yeah, mate, I mean, I think today you've got to look at it from the bigger picture. You've got to go, we were really worried about the lack of the identity of Leicester City Football Club. The Foxes never quit. The keep the faith stuff was what we were leaning on more. And I think Foxes never quit. I felt the little injection of life flat today. I mean, I don't know what else to say apart from that. I mean, I know it's a 2-2. I know we're probably over-celebrating a 2-2. But it's a small step.
I think when we're bad, we'd celebrate a 1-0 loss.
Well, exactly. And that's kind of the point, Chris. Listen, that was my final point, is that that's what other fans need to realise, at least, is and go, why these guys are getting so excited about a 2-2 draw. You have no idea the depths we've felt with this football club this year.
Yeah, I mean, good to see that Wayne's wearing the right colour as well. We're all funeral attired.
We need more song references, Chris. Get some more song references in there.
I mean, look, we disagree, and it's good to disagree. We don't want to everybody agree with everything. But look, I'm not going to necessarily argue with you because I said I wanted Cooper in. I then said I wanted Cooper out. I then said I wanted Ruud van Nistelrooy in. I want Van Nistelrooy out. Who am I to say? I mean, I didn't quite go down Craig's thing and say get Gareth Southgate in. I was a bit too far down. I want to say, go back to XG, Wayne. XG from open play, 2.4 for Brighton, 0.96. Fair enough. But our XG from set play, now this is interesting, Brighton 0.06, ours 0.67. We demolished them in our XG from set play, and it was just Yes, we made mistakes. Yes, there was times when we weren't passing wind again, and you know, I think there was a 5 minute in that second half. I think I wrote it down somewhere where, to be honest with you, it was just a case of we gave it away, they gave it back to us. We gave it back to them, they gave it back to us. But when we went 1-0 down, and everybody in the chat was saying, "Oh, here we go, we're gonna, you know, capitulate now." That was a response that I can't remember seeing.
Yeah, definitely. In the XG, I think our XG for the first half was 0.37, but the bottom line, the score was 1-1. And, you know, XG is okay because it's like based on the amount of chances you have. If you're square in front of goal, you have a better XG than a shot from like El Canoes last week. But what's interesting is I did make a note, corners. Oh my God, because we never score from any set pieces, although we had a new set piece coach. But I mean, that free kick, that is the perfect free kick, bent around the back. And that's a set piece, and that's a goal from a set piece. That's a goal that we used to see Steve Walsh or Jerry Taggart scoring. You know, the Steve Guppy curls it round the back. Who's on the back? You know, time the run right. And what a beautiful goal. When's the last time we scored from a set piece?
I got quite excited because I thought it was Daka that had got it at the start.
Less than the Steve Guppy, mate. Less than the Steve Guppy. You get me too excited.
Doesn't take a lot, does it, mate? But yeah, I mean, I got Mads and Hermansen. I mixed them all up and came up with Maddison at one point in goal for Leicester. But I mean, that El Canoes free kick was Maddison-like, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And to be honest, I mean, I've made notes. Every single attack we had started with El Canoes, literally. And at one stage, he even put one of the Brighton players on the floor on his bum, and then he played the ball through to Samare, straight out to Mavidide. I mean, that shows you we need two wingers, and with Fatu injured, we didn't have two wingers. Two wingers stretch the play, attack the fullbacks, disrupt the defence for midfielders to come through. And it just shows you with two players. And that's why McAteer, for me, I know Kate says it sometimes, he's such an overlooked player. He's tenacious. He hasn't always got the top quality in and around the box. But what he gives you over the whole match, I really rate McAteer, and just shows you two wingers, beautiful football.
I like McAteer. I know Craig doesn't rate him at all. But I think those players that came in today, Akoli, that started, Akoli, McAteer, Mavididi, Brad, they were all stars today, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. They were. It's nice to actually say that we had some players that really stood out. I mean, they all did to their own right today at points in the game, but them three came into the team as if to go, right, I'm not going to let this opportunity slip. And maybe to a degree, all right, stubbornness has kept them out longer than expected, but maybe that was Rude's way of saying, I'm not taking huff and puffs here. You have a bad game, you get on with it, you keep trying, or you're not going to get picked. And then three, you know, we said about Mavididi pretty much all season, Chris. He gets on, he does okay, and then we're thinking he's like a much better, but a Damari Gray, if you will, comes off the bench, does really well, then can't do it when he plays 90 minutes. Well, today was a definite, thing in the right direction. I can't think what to say. Step in the right direction. The word step was avoiding me like the plague. Step in the right direction to prove, you know, fans, Rude, his own teammates wrong. You know, it was something we needed to see. I'm still not convinced that McAteer is of Premier League quality. I think he's still a little bit naive. He's got to learn. But running a team, a consistent 30, 40 game season in the Championship, and then we'll see. We'll see with him. But
he's not going to get that though, Brad, is he? Because Fatawu will be back next season, so he's unlikely to get that. But a regular plays, because players can't stake a claim on. I mean, this is my worry, Brad. I'll stick with you for this one about Rude. Is that those three players we've just said have all come in and all had good games. How many of those three players do we expect to start against Liverpool?
I would expect all three of them to start.
Let's just figure out. So you would expect all three, but how many do you think?
Well, actually, to be fair, Rude's been that stubborn over the season to stick to a losing side. I don't think he'll. I think he'll spontaneously combust to stick with a drawing side. I think he will stick with Mavididi and Akoli. I'm not sure about McAtee.
You're going with two. Tom, what do you think?
I agree with Brad. I think he'll stick, actually. I think right now, when the heat's on you, you need to literally reach the fire extinguisher, and those players are his fire extinguisher.
Wayne?
I think he'll stick. I think it's amazing we've not got Vestergaard in the side, which was deemed absolute necessity in order to have quality passes from the back in Premier. And I think that Akoli and Coda, who's on a hat trick for penalties, do look very solid.
Are you three all been smoking ganja or something?
Brad, it's swings and roundabouts, mate, isn't it? You were wrong a minute ago.
Intelligence, Chris, intelligence.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hope you're all right. I do really, but I can see FaZe coming back in as soon as he can kick a ball.
If he does.
No, excuse me. I'm not saying he should. You know my thoughts on FaZe. I can get you the dartboard up if you want to. I know, just to prove it. So, I don't want him to come back. I don't even want him to come back to Leicester, let alone into the bloody team. But he will because, he's bum buddies with Rude. Mavridi's possibly done enough. McAtee, I don't know, but yeah, I think he will. I don't know how many of those will actually start. Tom, looking at the defence, 16 tackles by Brighton, 13 by us. I know the defence at times was like a condom with a hole in it, and when it was leaking all over the place, and you
can say seeping all over the place, perhaps.
Out of all the things he could have used to describe it, he went straight for the condom with holes in it, didn't he?
I did. I'm sorry. I play to my audience. That's all I'm saying.
That's only fans, by the way.
Yes. But we did get 13 tackles. They won 12. We won 10. Yellow cards. I mean, the referee was just giving yellow cards out for Christmas, wasn't he? 26 clearances, 15 headed clearances. Look, we know the defence has got problems, but when you look at that, you can't argue that we didn't do a good job at the back. Well, we didn't do a brilliant job, but we did what was necessary.
No, I'd agree with that. And I'll say this, I mean, the thing I've always liked about Connor Cody, irrelevant of how it's gone, is that I think he's always had a very strong voice at the back. And I think, ironically, alongside Akoli, he's encouraged Akoli to have a really good game as well today, because I think they both took accountability. And, of course, Akoli scored a goal. If your centre-backs can be scoring goals for you at the top of the pitch, winner, chicken dinner. That's double, I mean, we couldn't score a goal for anything for the last month, and we got a centre-back to score a goal today. So, no, I'll give him extra credit for that, Chris, because that isn't expected. That's a bonus, but it contributed to a good point for us today. So, yeah, no, I'm really happy with him, mate. I want to see us stick with him for the moment and, see what we get from here.
Wayne, you're going to be down the Leicester City shop buying some of them?
I think they've all gone, haven't they, Chris?
They have. They were sold out within a while. That's why I was thinking condoms, Brad. You see. Not only did we come back once, Wayne, we came back twice. If we'd have gone on to lose that game, and let's be honest with you, we probably all deep down thought that was, obviously one of the options, and knowing Leicester, it could have happened. But even if we'd lost that 3-2, I'd have just been high on the, on the performance.
Yeah, it was brilliant. And one thing Brighton are, although I think they will miss out on Europe, they are really potent up front. They make loads of chances, more often double figures in every match. So that, as Tom said, that was a really good defensive display to give them no goals from open play. So yeah, brilliant, great defensive performance against a really good side that most sides would concede chances to.
Brad, dropped Christensen, brought in Thomas. Was that the right decision?
Yeah, I think Thomas has earned all the plaudits. You know, he's been playing at centre back in a back three. You know, and that role isn't as simplistic as it sounds, because when Christian's got forward, 99 out of 100 times, bless him, he was on his own because everybody else was already still in our box. But every time he went forward and lost the ball, it meant Thomas had to cover on that left. And I feel like we've been more assured with him at the back. I'm going to completely disagree with Wayne again. I don't think it was a penalty. I think it was a soft call, and they need to be scrapped from the game of football. He didn't haul him to the ground. If he can't hold his shirt and get an advantage, how come that's allowed on the halfway line? How come you can get someone's shirt and pull them to a side where you get in front of them? Free kick, penalty. I've always had that opinion, but I thought Thomas was the right call today. And again, Chris, if you're kind of thinking 4 months in the future, when June, July roll around and we're planning for QPR away or whatever for the first game of the season, performances like that are going to be the reason whoever we hire as our manager in August is going to want to go, you, and you're my core 5-6 players I want to build my team around. And for a guy who's had the crap kicked out of him by fans, you know, ever since he made his debut at 19 years of age, throwing in. I mean, he feels ancient when you look at Monga making his debut and Jake Evans coming on for 3.5 seconds today. You know, makes him feel ancient making his debut that old, if you want to say that tongue in cheek. But this could just be the start that Luke Thomas needs to get his Leicester career going in full capacity, because he was solid today. He was solid, you know. I mean, I don't know how much...
Good performance, Tom, but I'm going to disagree with Brad here. I think who knew? The first one I would question. The second one, yeah, to me it's a penalty. If that was the other way, we would be screaming for it.
No, I think the second one wasn't a penalty, and I'll tell you why, Chris. I was thinking about this actually bigger than the game in the second half, and the reason why is because there was a couple of times in the first half where, say, for example, it was McAteer, I mentioned it at half-time, he got tripped on his heel outside the box, he didn't go down, and he carried on running forward and, you know, tried to make a pass. The referee didn't even play like an advantage. He didn't give a foul. The penalty, the guy threw himself to the ground after what would be perceived from my perspective as a bit of grappling. If that happens at the halfway line, there is no problem. So we need to have a standard. The standard doesn't exist right now. And half of it, yes, he did touch him. Half of it, he pulled away. I think when that happens against Leicester, we've not had it given this season many times. So no, I don't think it was a penalty. I think they were fortunate to get it. And quickly going back to the Christensen-Thomas debate, this is similar to my Mavrididi one about the first half. Christensen, for me, is a bit disingenuous as a footballer. He'll always be 5 out of 10. Luke Thomas will be a Leicester player through and through. So there'll be sometimes like Mavrididi, he might get it wrong and overplay it, and he'll be a 3 out of 10. But there's other times you might get an 8 out of 10. So it's kind of, you've got to pick your house right. And I think Wout Faes falls into the same category. And I think we're now picking players who aren't going to turn up and go, the best I'm giving you is always going to be a 5 out of 10. It might be a 7, but I might mess up and it might be a 3 or a 2. So anyway.
I can't believe you're saying that, Mr. 5 out of 10.
Yeah, well, I know, exactly. I love sitting on the fence, as you know, and I've fallen backwards today and changed my mind.
Every player starts with an automatic 5 out of 10 when you're told.
Absolutely, mate.
Wayne, I'm not being moved on this. I'm sorry. You know, if you pull somebody's shirt when they're breaking through, wherever it is on the pitch, the chances are you're going to give away a free kick. It is. You see it,
Chris, you look back over incident after incident. It is very
I'm not
flimsy.
I'm not saying it's always given.
Yeah, but it's one that is flimsy. I don't like it. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
Free kick.
Yeah.
You do it in the penalty box, it's more likely to be given than it is anywhere else on the pitch. Just don't pull the fucking shirt. It should, as a professional footballer, you should not need to pull a shirt because, let's be honest with you, how many times have we seen the slightest touch? Players have gone down, it's a penalty. Vardy, let's be honest with you, we know Vardy likes a penalty. In that Premier League winning season, how many of those were actually penalties, or how many did he play for? So I'm sorry, if you're pulling a shirt in the penalty box, you can't then argue, say, well, that wouldn't have been given up in the centre circle, can you?
No, to be honest, at one stage, Vardy, when I used to watch football with my brother, we used to like cover our eyes because sometimes Vardy was going down. It was actually getting embarrassing because he was going down quite often, just looking for the penalty where there wasn't contact. But that with Luke Thomas, I think what it is, when I looked at the slow motion and I looked at that loads of times, he had the initial tug, which they both got the tug, and then the ball broke loose behind Thomas, and he could have disengaged. I think if Thomas had disengaged, the ball was over there near the touchline. It wasn't in danger of a shot. He should have just let him go, and I think it would have been fine. It's the fact that he carried on for the secondary phase, and he grabbed hold of him, and he didn't need to do it. He didn't need to do that. But what's nice is with the defence that let's hope we can get a settled defence, because we've not had that to go all season where we've not had at least 2 or 3 regulars playing together, and we've stuck with Wout Faz. I don't know why. And let's just see what happens in the remainder of the season. But if we can avoid penalties, Chris, we're laughing.
Yes, yeah. You're saying didn't need to do it, but that can be said for 9 out of 10 penalties. He doesn't need to do it. Brad, what are you like at disengaging?
Well, I mean, I've got a good record if you ask the missus. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
I'm going to say, docking's easier than disengaging sometimes, isn't it? Sorry. Look, I'm going to sort of round it up as much as I'm enjoying it. It's funny, isn't it? We get a good result and you get less people watching. But I've got to say, I'm going to come to you on this one. It's your turn, Brad. Where the fuck was Vardy today? What was he doing? He added absolutely nothing to that team whatsoever. I thought he was sat down somewhere having a picnic, in the Brighton sunshine.
Yeah, not for the first time this season, Chris. If there was one bad note you could take from it, in its all, you could look at parts of the game and obviously give some bad moments. All right, mate. I've just seen your reply. That's cool. Yeah, he's been the most disappointing because, again, and I'm going to say it, Chris. I'm going to say it here. Daka showed more influence on the pitch than Vardy did. He had a couple of shots. We've been screaming for it for weeks. It won't change in that sense. You say he's bumming face. Well, I think he's giving Vardy sloppy seconds as well, because he doesn't drop him when he should do. I feel like that should change because Vardy was. I didn't even know he was on the pitch, Chris. I honestly didn't know he was on the pitch. That's probably going to be the only negative when we do the show on Monday night when it comes to ratings.
Well, first of all, Tom, sorry, just to stick on ratings a minute, I'm just having to look at what Jordan has given some of these players today, and I've given Vardy 3, which I was thinking is probably too many. But we're gonna have a firework night Monday night, mate. Sorry, Tom.
I was just going to quickly say, the funny thing is that like today was a really, really uplifting thing, but I think all of us are Saturday probably agreeing the same, that Vardy wasn't really a part of it. Perhaps the sad reality is, boys, is that this is the end of Jamie Vardy at Leicester. And that's part of what we need to learn. And it's the heaviness we've got to leave the show with.
It's a reality I accepted in about this November.
It doesn't mean we don't love him. It doesn't mean we're not thankful. It doesn't mean we don't want a statue of him, because we do, because we thank him forever. But I think that's kind of a part of this season we need to take away as fans and as a group, and that is that sometimes we've got to make difficult decisions about saying goodbye. We don't want to.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just looking forward to Monday night now. It's going to be when it comes to we are going to include Jordan's ratings. I'll tell you because I just love to see Brad's reactions. Right, we're going to come to man of the match now and performances. So we'll start. Tom, you at the top. Your performance rating, please.
I'll give us a nice 8 today.
8. Okay. Wayne.
In the context of the season, I'd say 8.5. Can you have 8.5? No.
That's only for
I'd say
ratings, special people.
9. I think that's a 9. That's probably one of our best performances all season.
Right. Brad?
We haven't scored a goal since January 26th.
Remember what I was saying about buses the other week?
Yeah, well, they came up 2 at once this week. I'm half tempted to give him a 10 just for that, but I'm going to give him an 8. I'm going to give him an 8. No, not quite, Tom. I'm going to give him an 8.
An 8. Well, I'm surprised Tom didn't just stick with 5.
I only give us something we're bad, mate.
It was a good performance, but then the defense.
No. But then, Chris, it was a good performance. Stop.
I wish I could, but that defence at times, yes, we were clearing the ball. Yes, we were getting blocks in. But it was had they got their shoot. Look, if that had been Liverpool, it wouldn't have been 2-2. Lena, that's the thing.
It would have been 3-3.
No, they might not have got the penalties. Who knows? But no, it would have been. We would have lost that. We were lucky that Brighton. Who was it? Matoma was it that was injured today? Kieran Maguire, I think I said this before. Kieran Maguire, who is the Price of Football podcaster, comes on the channel, does the financial bits for Sky, BBC, and what have you. I messaged him, and he said, we haven't got our best defender and our best striker, so he wasn't feeling very, very, very comfortable. But we were lucky at the back, and for that, I can't go down as low as a 6, but. Wayne's just well, you sat on something then, Wayne.
Chris, you're like the DJ at the New Year's Eve party that everybody's enjoying themselves and you just pull the plug.
Yeah, innit? Really how?
I can't go with
you at next Samaritan's meeting.
I am, to quote Lox's channel, I am not going to be wearing blue tinted glasses. I've gone for 7.
Are you wearing any glasses watching that game then?
What I said to Manny the other day. Were you watching a different club last season? Now I've gone 7 because I think when you come to think we've been given 2 bombs out and what have you. Right, and I'll give you Alan's at the end. Man of the match.
Who are you going to first? Me?
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to say something here. Right, okay. So there are 2 names ahead of this I should pick because they did put in a better performance, but I sometimes think man of the match should be given to someone to lift them a little bit. So I'm going to give it to Akoli because I think that goal and I think the fact that he played really well. And it was weird, Chris, when that ball came in, I had an out-of-body experience and I kind of felt what he felt when it went in and I kind of felt what it meant to him. Exactly. And he really, really enjoyed it. And I think give him it today because I think that's the player I want at Leicester City.
Yeah. I'm going to use your exact same argument, but possibly for a different player. Wayne.
I was going to say Jamie Vardy for the fact of
making sure we got a point with 10 men.
Mads Hermansen was brought into the club to pass the ball out from the back, and every single goal kick is pumping it long for Vardy to head in the air. But anyway, that's just a joke. El Canoes, every single thing came from him, right from our defence. Quality, intelligence, he tackles. This is the first game where he's had other people in the team to actually play football with. And that's what we can do when you get all the quality people around him. El Canoes.
Fair enough. Brad.
You know what? The two of the players that have been mentioned by Tom and Wayne, respectively, are in my top three, along with the guy I am going to pick for it. So you're going to get three different answers here, Chris. I just want to say, do you remember when Kelechi Iheanacho scored the first ever VAR goal? Did Okoli get the first semi-assisted VAR goal of the Premier League era?
Yes.
I mean, is that another? We've finally got a stat and a fact in our favour. Leicester scored the first semi-assisted VAR Premier League goal. I don't know. I want to give. I'd give it for the sentiment of the same reason Tom does for Okoli, but I'm not going to. I could give it I could give it to El Canouse because he was a workhorse. And whilst he was the big cog in the machine today, every drive, every chance, every time them fans got out of their seats and they looked like doing something, even before he scored his first goal, even before Brighton had the penalty, was creating chances. He looked like a man with a point to prove, Steffi Mavididi. I was half tempted to say, wow, thanks for not turning up just for you, Chris.
I think all three of us agree.
Agreeing with Gray there. Well, no, you don't, because you've got Okoli, El Canouse and Mavididi. You don't agree at all.
I think we agree on the spirit they all showed. I think that's amazing. I think those are the three for all of us, and I agree with Brad. I think all three of us would completely add those three in our top three.
Well, I tell you what, Ronald's got his Tom hat on today. 5 out of 20. Okay, I'm going to. I can't believe I'm going to be saying this. First of all, before I get to mine,
it's my face for saying at home.
You can't have that as a cop out. That's what I'm waiting for him to say. Wow, face for getting injured at training.
I could even go for Yannick Vestergaard's dog, couldn't I? But yeah, well, face. I wish I'd thought of that actually. Look. Your love child, Brad, Damari. Was it me, or did he actually look better after indeed he went off?
I'm just saying. I've been saying for a while.
Yeah, but when you agree with that?
Right. And it's the same vice versa. If you have Samare off and it's just Ndidi, they seem to play with the freedom. It's what seemed to drive him forward. I mean, like Wayne said, at certain points more in that second half when indeed he wasn't playing, he felt the freedom to get in that amongst that attack and get the ball forward quicker to Mavididi or Canouse to get in right in behind them. So pick one, Rude. Pick looking one. Skip played well, Chris. You can quote me on it. Skip played well.
Is it a Lampard or a Lampard Gerrard sort of thing? You know, and talking
feels like it.
And look, everybody seems to hate Skip, especially on Lox's channel. And I know Manny hates him. I don't think he's been had long enough in the team to prove whether he's any good or not. But when he plays, he didn't seem to impair Sumari as much as indeed he does. And it was almost like I say, you've got to pick one or the other. And I wasn't overly impressed with Sumari. I wasn't disappointed with him, but after indeed he went off, I was more impressed. Moving on to who, and this is going to kind of fill in with mine, everything kind of did go through El Canouse. I mean, and Mavididi at the start, I mean, he was taking shots on, and we said at half time, didn't we, Tom? You know, should we be blaming Mavididi for not passing to his teammates when he's been watching his teammates not scoring in the brothel for 20-odd games? You know, you want to have a go. And all right, he got a bit of luck. It somehow went in off the goalkeeper. Who cares? But do you think, all of you, that Mavididi, El Canouse and Mkhitaryan as a three changed that team today? Not defensively, because we were still pretty open defensively, but going forward, did those three not make a huge difference?
They did, and I would include Ricardo because he was that fail-safe if someone couldn't break down the wing.
I mean, I honestly think Ricardo should have been on from the start.
That was the garnish.
Maybe he will, Chris.
That was the garnish on top, right? Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yes. He should have been on from the start, Ricardo.
Yeah,
But
totally.
he's got this love affair with playing Justin there. So, and I'm going down your argument here, I probably built this up and you're going to be so disappointed when I come out with it. Going down your argument with your points, Tom, I'm actually going to go, drum roll, I could go for any of those three, but I'm actually going to give it to McAteer.
Wow, brilliant.
Four houses, four different ones.
They were my top four. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I was waiting for all this build-up from him to go. However, I thought Cody shouldn't have got given a penalty against him, so I'm picking Cody.
No, I've got to say, Tom Acoli, I can't argue with that. Wayne El Canoes, he was so. I'd give it to him, but I'm just giving it to El Canoes week after week after week. Brad, I know what you're saying about Mavididi. He was a breath of fresh air. That's the first time, as I said earlier, that I've seen him actually be on that pitch and say, "You dare drop me next week," you know. And that's what we haven't seen yet. But with the way that Tom said, you know, with Acoli, I just think McAteer. I mean, look, again, no disrespect to Somali, but he was taken off the ball so easily by some small, you know, Brighton player, and then you've got, you know, McAteer at the other end having a fight off with one of the players. You know.
Yeah.
But right, well, look, let's have a look because it has come in. I just want to like your revision here. I'm just checking that we've got the results in from the Leicester jury. Yeah, we have indeed, and the performance goes to 7. Doesn't go to anybody. It goes to 7 out of 10. 8, 7s, it's all pretty much the same, isn't it? But again, look, I can't argue with what you two are saying. Oh, you three are saying, sorry, with your 8s and 9s. Fair enough, but I kind of see where... Well, he's actually, in fairness, Alan's gone our best performance of the season. Would you agree with that, Wayne, or is that going a little bit OT?
No, that's why I put 9. I think that performance had everything. And the most important element, as Tom said, it had attitude. It doesn't matter what systems you play, just shows you. El Canoes, even people were saying about El Canoes, to be honest, has he really shown it in the Premiership? You know, he's a fantastic player. He's just get a few players in, like Mavididi, McAteer, who was actually shoving players. He was shoving their Brighton players on the floor. Love a bit of that. So the attitude, no.
Yeah, he looks like he'll be blown over if somebody farted on him. But he's actually, and that is the reason I've given it to. Hopefully, you can understand why I gave it to McAteer. Totally. I tell you what, guys, isn't it amazing that we can actually look? We've got 5 of us, and we've got 4 different players. When was the last time we could say that?
Tottenham. No, probably Tottenham, probably way before that, to be honest.
Doesn't that show you how the team was the best team we've probably seen this season today? I think that's kind of the point. They were the best team.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue that has been our best performance since Spurs at home, first game of the season, for 90 minutes.
Yeah. I say it's the most honest. Our most honest performance. I think that's the most important thing. They were honest.
Yeah.
Sorry, but the performance without the established, steady old Premier heads in.
Yeah,
although
just
he did got on Chris's favourite near the end, didn't he? Dekova Reed. I was half begging him to lash one in from 30 yards.
Well, he nearly did. Let's be honest. He did. Exactly at the post.
I know it was all going on today, wasn't it?
Brighton. But look, man of the match officially, because obviously Alan does choose it.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. It's nice to say there's no arguments between whoever he picked out of us for. I mean,
yeah. He is going through a bit of his Harry Wink stage though, where he seems to. Last season it was wink, 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 wink. And here it's Bilal.
I thought El Canoes was very intelligent today. He always found the space, and he was always running into the space. He was literally free, and he was going left to right and going into space. I really appreciate that. Sorry, Chris.
It's going to be gutting when we sell him for 35 million to like Brentford or Newcastle.
Yeah,
at the end of the season, someone like that.
But what a free kick, guys.
Yeah. Hey, well, that's another thing. You should have had another clock, Chris, because I can't remember the last time we scored from a set piece.
3 times this season.
Yeah, we scored 3 times this season.
Before that one, yeah.
Can I just say here, it has been, it had been 760 minutes, but I would argue with that, since Leicester's last league goal. It was scored by the gentleman there, not Tom.
I tried.
He may have sneaked on a bit John Rudkin-like, to give away the penalty.
Don't link me to Rudkin, you evil man. Please carry on with something else.
And that was Elkin who scored in the 2-1 victory at Tottenham. They had lost 15 of the last... I'm doing this because it's the last time we will do it. They've lost 15 of the last 16 matches and they failed to score in 13. They could have become the first ever team to lose 9 consecutive top-flight games without scoring. And had they failed to score today, they would have equalled Crystal Palace Premier League record of 9 successive matches without a goal, which was set in January 1985. So, to everybody there that has been... Oh, sorry. I think I've just spat all over the thing.
The most adult performance from a Leicester City team in a long time with the most childish fan reaction ever. I love it.
And why not? And why not? And of course, it doesn't matter what happened before the Premier League was formed, because that's when football was invented, wasn't it? We all know that.
I tell you what, though, and another sad fact for Brighton. I'm extra smug, as you know, Chris. One of my exes is a Brighton fan, so I'm glad.
I wanted to mention that, but
I fucking was, mate. I fucking was. I hope her day's been ruined, right? They can share the title with Tottenham Hotspur as the only team to have not been able to successfully beat Leicester this season.
Yes,
and I'm sure Bournemouth will probably beat us. They're the only team we can still do the double over. But
that makes us as good as Spurs. That means we technically won the Audi Cup.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you
go. We'll be back on Monday with Brad, and I expect you to have your board on the wall.
It's all ready to go up. It's all just ready to just hang up. Ready.
Apparently, you say that an awful lot. It's all ready to go up. Whether it does end up.
Well, yeah, but we don't talk about that not until after Watershed.
Right. And do check out. We are going through our. It's a new series I'm doing. Project Reset. We've done what will happen to Leicester if we get relegated. What will it mean for Leicester? Which players would we dump? We've also done should we play the youth? Last night we did a should. Because we didn't do a Brighton preview because I didn't think it was worth doing. Maybe I shouldn't do any more previews. Maybe that's it.
It's all Chris's fault.
But no, because I didn't do the preview and we got a point.
Yeah, if you hadn't done the other 24, we might.
I was Googling who would win between a fight between a seagull and a fox before this show to add some context, mate. So maybe I should do more of that.
Last night, if you haven't checked it out yet, please do. It was Is King Power's time at Leicester City up? Very interesting. And we have got, still to come up, Sack the Board, John Rudkin, the manager, and the players. And I'm hoping to get Manny on to do the manager one. So stay tuned for that. It is under its own playlist on the channel. Gentlemen and Brad, thank you very, very thank you very, very much. Always value your opinions, even yours, Wayne, even though they're wrong.
For the record, I'm not rude in. I'm just saying hypothetically what would happen if. Yeah.
No, let's be honest with you. Only this club could win the next 6 games and then give him the job to try and get us out.
Chris, you were just the Manny to Wayne that you were to Manny was to Wayne.
Exactly.
You, know you just reversed it.
Said that.
No. Because I did actually qualify myself by saying I respected his opinion.
That is true.
You did, and you actually said you didn't actually choose that manager in the first place. You didn't choose Dice, did you say, as well?
No, we had a show, and there was Kate went for Rossignol. We had Craig on, who chose to be the next manager, chose Gareth Southgate. Ant should have been on to do Sean Dyche.
Yeah.
Ant's girlfriend had a really, really bad car accident. Thank God she's all right, but she had a really bad car accident, so he couldn't come on. So I had to go on and defend Sean Dyche. Wasn't saying he would have been my choice, but I was explaining why I thought he might be the right man. But the most embarrassing thing was that as Craig was going through Gareth Southgate's proposal, I'm actually sat there thinking, you know what? They've got a point there, Craig. I'm like, no, I don't want to agree. But I actually did find myself. Because what he said was, and very quickly on this, what he said was that when Gareth Southgate took over England, they had no identity. You know, and don't forget, I mean, you know, yes, he got to 2 finals, which he lost. But let's be honest with you, when was the last time we got to 2 finals? That we never had, apart from when we won it. But what he did, he got, you know, he turned those. Well, he gave the players belief in themselves. We were winning penalty shootouts, you know, and it was that, you know, brotherhood of, not brotherhood of man. Save your kids just for me. Save all you.
Starting with a song, ending with a song. Friggin' hell.
You need to do this for every
Where the
Watchalong.
man came from then. Figaro. Anyway, before I go,
I shouldn't have mentioned it. Let's wrap the show up, Chris. I shouldn't have mentioned it. It was a passing comment that has gone way out of proportion. Come on.
But I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, he would have got that Band of Brothers back, but not my choice, though. Not my choice. Guys, see you on Monday, Brad. See you guys next week. Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
We can actually, if you want to, watch Match of the Day.
Oh my God, yes, we can.
Hey,
Yeah, you see, Paul remembers that song and all the dances. Or was that the chicken song? It was one of them. Guys, thanks so much for watching. Smash the like, subscribe, share the video, click the notification. It really, really, really does help the channel. Have a good weekend. I'm off down the pub. I'm gonna get pissed and celebrate tonight. Take care, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.